Please take your seats. We're going to start. I now call to order the regular session meeting of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, October 26, 2021, at 6:30 p.m. Ms. Jacobs, roll call, please.
Alahouzes,
Here.
Vice Mayor Carr.
Here.
Commissioner Terrapini.
Here.
Commissioner Donovan.
Here.
Commissioner Vaticiotis.
Here.
Tonight's invocation will be given by Reverend Nako Callum from the First United Methodist Church, following by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Yes.
Would you bow your heads and pray with me? Gracious God, we thank you for this opportunity to call people for meeting. And we thank you for each and everyone who's here today who are called to serve you, your people in this community. And you have blessed us with supportive people who seek the welfare of your people and your city. So we ask for your wisdom and guidance for those leaders. And loving Father, we thank you most of all for being here in our midst. Let your presence be made known and lead this meeting today. Thank you because we know that you are always here to support your people. And we give you thanks and praise. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, everyone. Please be advised that at 7:30, the public hearing portion of the meeting will start. Once the public hearing portion is completed, we will continue the meeting from where we left off. Also, I'd like to remind to everyone, based on the city rules and procedures, all public comments must be directed only to the chair of the meeting in a professional manner with respect, without a personal attacks. Also, cheering and clapping is not permitted during the debate. I want to thank you for your cooperation. We are now going to the public comments on the items that will not going to be discussed tonight. If you have any comments, please come to the podium, state your name and your address for the record. You'll be given 4 minutes.
Michael Kuskudis, 623 East Tarpon Avenue. Well, my comments aren't really about tonight, even though we'll touch about the last zoning meeting. It's about me. So I think I should be having the liberty of discussing what is concerning me. I was called Thursday by a reporter from the Tampa Bay Times. I did not hear the message till the following day. On Friday, somebody sent the article about the Morgans Group attempts to disqualify Costa Vaticiotis from the hearing and voting on the application. The article suggests that Mr. Vaticiotis influenced or tried to influence my vote on the zoning board by sending me a text message regarding the city, Renee Vincent's development director's comment about adding a second access point to the development. Again, this is about me because my name was in the paper. At the hearing, I was asked if I discussed with anyone the development project. As I stated then, as I state now, I have not had any conversation with anyone about the project prior to the meeting. In fact, I was in Greece for 2 weeks prior to the meeting, and I got back that weekend before. I did receive emails, but I did not respond. As you know, the second access point was an important part of the development for the city to move forward. The zoning board, which voted overwhelmingly to deny the application, and only one person voted in favor. The board was conscientious in its analysis and articulate in its decision. At no time, and I repeat, at no time, did Mr. Vaticiotis attempt to influence me. And I dare you to try to find any fact or suggestion that says otherwise. The denial was solely based on the petitioner's disingenuous presentation. It seems like the applicant did not want me or any other board member to have access to information that was public. And their objection was that somebody gave me that information. If you had a chance to look at the tape of the hearing, you will note that I attempted to offer and discuss a solution to the access issue so I could look at the application favorably. I was advised by counsel that I had to vote on the merits of the current application as it stood. So based on the merits of the application and the concerns of the other board members, with the exception of one board member, we recommended denial. I alone cannot wave a magic wand and have the other board members vote the way I want to vote as well. The only thing I want to hear from the applicant at this time is an apology. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking you not to do any clapping and cheering or standing up. Let's do not disturb this meeting. Let's not disturb this meeting. We have a long meeting. We have a very important issue that we need to discuss. Let's cooperate and work this out, okay? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Chris Rabowski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. So I'm here to explain the rules to everybody that's new to this meeting. Right now, you're not supposed to talk about the Anclote Harbor project, even though it sort of was just a minute ago. They'll try to shut you down if you come up at this portion. So I just want you to know that. I want to thank everybody for coming out. I know it was not easy, especially with the COVID thing and all the other stressors in life. And we used to have Zoom and phone calls where you guys could have participated that way, but the city changed that a couple months ago. So they took that away. Could have wrote emails, but they took away the reading of the emails also. So they don't read them into the record anymore. I want everybody to be light on your feet. They've also given themselves supreme power to change the rules at any time. So tonight things may change. Just be prepared. If they move the item agenda up, then, we'll have to be prepared. Right now, I think it's supposed to go at 7:30, but they could change that rule. So be prepared for that. I want to also echo what Mr. Kuskudis said. I mean, the Morgan Group has not just attacked the one vote against them on this board. He's attacked all boards. Every board member, every volunteer board has been attacked because he's saying you can't be trusted if you get more information, if there's more light shed on a subject. That's just wrong. And I've been told not to use the word evil in this building, but that's about as close to evil as I think you can get. These people are bullies. They know they can't win. They can't win the right way. So they're going to try to bully each and every one of you as they're trying to bully all the commissioners and try to bully all the other volunteer boards, saying they'll come after you. They'll look into every little text message and email you've ever sent, try and find some dirt on you. Oh boy, you better do what we say. And they're going to try to run this meeting tonight. Don't let it happen. Thousands of people voted for our mayor to run these meetings. They didn't vote for Ed Armstrong to run it. Please don't let him. He's a bully. He's going to try to push you around. Don't let him do it. That guy couldn't get 2 votes if he tried because he's a mean, nasty, bitter old man, and he has no business attacking slandering this man's good name.
You don't have to do that.
I know I don't.
You don't have to do this.
I know I don't. I'm just trying to explain the rules.
Not attack anybody personally. That's not right to do that.
Okay, Mr. Kuskudis brought up that topic. I got a
Okay.
little offline, so I was here basically, to tell everybody how this goes. Please be respectful. Don't do any personal attacks. That wouldn't be right. So, again, they're slandering this guy. We don't need to slander anybody. And they try to slander the name of even the chairman, the most pro-development chairman that board has ever seen, saw how dangerous this project was, and they try to slander him too, just because he went against them. So Everybody, this is going to be a long night. I hope you can stay, but if you can't, thank you for coming out. We appreciate it more than you know. 300 people showed up here 15 years ago, and 3 people on the board back then shut down the will of 300. So now, against all odds, we got massive amounts of people to show. And I'm so proud to be among you. Thank you all for your service, and thanks to Mike Kouskoudas and all the board members.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live at 802 Georgia Avenue in Palm Harbor, down the street by Pop Stansel Park. This board being compelled by statute law, the state comprehensive plan, as referenced in statute 187.201, section 8, regarding the coastal and marine resources, states that this board shall protect coastal resources, marine resources, and dune systems from the adverse effects of development. They shall ensure the integrity and continued attractiveness of coastal areas. They shall protect sensitive coastal resources, marine fisheries, habitats, and other aquatic resources. This board shall prohibit development and other activities which disturb coastal dune systems. Florida shall protect and acquire unique natural habitats and ecological systems such as wetlands, tropical hardwoods, longleaf pine forests, and restore natural systems to functional conditions. That this board shall prohibit the destruction of endangered species and protect their habitats, such as the osprey and the bald eagles, which nest in this particular parcel of property.
Sir, if you relate to the item number 10, it will be discussed later. It's late on the agenda. This is only for comments for items that's not on the agenda, anything that is not on the agenda.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. I wanted to bring a good point to this night because I know there'll be enough negative points. If anybody drove around this town Sunday, Waste Management had a huge chore to pick up stuff everywhere. And at the end of the day, I mean, I'm sure there were a few hiccups out there, but they did an amazing job. And we have to consider that when we move forward with Waste Management and the other companies that are in the bid. So I did want to put my 2 cents in that they did a great job. And hopefully we can keep them on for another 25 years. My second thing will be very short and sweet. I just wanted to give you all a reminder. Nothing's been done with Sophie Constantine's flooding problem, and I'd like that to move forward. That's all I want to say on it, because we have a lot to do tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Panagiotis Koulias, 595 Peninsula Avenue. Welcome back, Mayor. Now you're back, we can focus on business of the day and protecting Tarpon Springs. Tonight, everything is gonna come full circle. It's all going to connect like we've been reminding you these past 20 months. The network and special interest groups. I wanna thank the team of Tarpon Springs investigative reporters who do all this work because they love Tarpon Springs and for future generations of Tarponites. I want to thank the Planning and Zoning Board for these past 2 meetings in doing their homework and due diligence. They denied the project we are talking about tonight, and they also stopped the Planning and Zoning Director from dictating for developers and their property rights. In my opinion, Ms. Vincent and our planning director tried to rush and approve ordinances of property rights at October 19th Planning and Zoning meeting, and our volunteer board was amazing. If I could clap, I would give them a round of applause. By adding the term balancing, our planning director's goal was to get developers to meet most and not all of the criteria for the comprehensive plan. One more step in making it easier for developers and our staff to spin recommendations for questionable projects. Now, Mayor, let's get into the presentation. On this board is a picture of an invoice, a public records invoice from the city of Tarpon Springs. This is probably the most important public records request in Tarpon Springs history. It's dated March 5th, 2021. This records request solidified everything we know about networks and special interests and conflicts of interest. And it only cost me $63. This record proved that we weren't conspiracy theorists and that there are plots with conflicting interests to take advantage of municipalities through backroom deals on development projects. We're going to tie it all together. This public records request is Renee Vincent's personnel file and emails, hiring of planning and zoning director, and Renee Vincent's resignation. On Renee's application, one of two people she had as a reference was Jacob Stauer Sr. And Stauer Sr. was the center of conflicting interests with the Lehman Oasis Acres project. An article titled Pinellas Audit Flags Failed Affordable Housing Project by Tracy McManus, published July 27th. There was the Inspector General report completely validates the concerns the community had, a resident said. Standard operating procedures were trampled in order to make way for a project we all knew was incompatible with the goals of the community redevelopment area. Among other issues, the citizens fought back, and there was conflicting interest for decades to come. And contemporary housing vice president was Jacob Stauer Sr., son of Jacob Stowers III. In this article, and also from the report by Melissa Donduro, it states, Renee Vincent, who worked as the Pinellas County Planning Director during the Oasis Acres project, resigned in May 2020 to lead Tarpon Springs Planning Department. The county's planning department was reshaped into housing and community development under the leadership of Carol Stricken. Now, I'll also say that she was hired back into the city of Tarpon Springs in April of 2020, and the application for the Anclote Harbors was given to her on May 5th. So one of the references was Jacob Stowers on her application. Next, we'll talk about the second reference and how significant it is to the backdoor deal, the plot to develop the 74 acres we are talking about tonight. Thank you.
Next person, please. Do we have any other public comments?
Here to Lacus 514. 6:48, we got till 7:30, and I was trying to decide if I was going to read to you tonight. But being that I have a few more minutes, I decided I will. Psalm 112. Praise the Lord. Blessed is the man who fears the Lord, who finds great delights in his commands. His children will be mighty in the land. Each generation of the upright will be blessed. Wealth and riches are in his house, and his righteousness endures forever. Even in darkness, light dawns for the upright, for the gracious and compassionate and righteous man. Good will come to him who is generous and lends freely, who conducts his affairs with justice. Surely he will never be shaken. A righteous man will be remembered forever. He will have no fear of bad news. His heart is steadfast, trusting in the Lord. His heart is secure. He will have no fear. And in the end, he will look in triumph on his foes. He has scattered abroad his gifts to the poor. His righteousness endures forever. His horn will be lifted high in his honor. The wicked man will see and be vexed. He will gnash his teeth and waste away. The longings of the wicked will come to nothing. Psalm 112, the word of our Lord. Peace be with you all.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments?
Randy Hennessy, 1304 Lily Court. Fairly new to Tarpon Springs. I just want to say that I was absolutely amazed that one council member received essentially 20-something page letter from a lawyer. I'm not really sure about the subject, but it could be any subject to any one of you all. So does that mean that if we come up with some sort of a problem, a legal firm can essentially threaten you? Is it going to be on education? Is it going to be on waste management? Is it going to be on city water? What can it be on? So what I'm wondering is, why did the city attorney not come to the defense of that councilman and stop that lawyer? They could have easily, in my opinion, I'm not a legal expert, send a cease and desist letter and say, let's stop it and solve this legally. It just seemed wrong, and it seemed like it could be unfair to any one of you on any given subject, including school systems, which now is becoming a big problem. I just thought it was really unfair to that council. I think they should have the city attorney answer that attorney's letter. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comments? If you do, please come forward to the podium. I hear none. We are now going to the consent agenda. Number 1 is the attorney fees, Johnson & Johnson, invoice 8505. Number 2 is the special events, Christmas Parade, St. Nicholas Vespers, and Epiphany Procession. Number 3 is the award file number 220025, CAM, purchase Inverosite inspection camera equipment. Number 4 is the award file number 220029, NAS AirVac acceptance replacement parts, components, pumps, and opportunities. Number 5 is the award file number 220022, NAS single source purchase of hack equipment. Number 6 is the award file number 220032, CAM, park and playground equipment utilized in school district of Manatee County, bid number 210053, MR. Number 7 is the award file number 220027, and AM single source purchase of Chevrolet GM original equipment manufacturer parts and services. And number 8 is the award file number 220037-CAM online auction services through Pinellas County contract number RFP 210465R online auction services and miscellaneous surplus. Any of these items that you'd like to pull?
3 and 6.
Huh?
Number 3 and number 6.
Number 3 and 6. Anybody else? No? We go to the public comments for the items 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8. Do we have any public comments on these items? Hear none. The chair will entertain a motion for those items.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Any BOC comments? Hear none. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. We're going to do item number 3, which was pulled, the award file number 220525. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I wanted staff to come up and at least talk a little about this. It's $100,000. I think we need to put a little more attention to it and also educate our community on what's going on and what's being done in our stormwater system, so.
Janina, you want to come up and start?
Good evening, Janina Lewis, Procurement Service Director. What you have in front of you for item number 3 is a closed caption TV camera that will be inserted into the sewer system so that they can monitor it from above. If you look at the quote, there are several pieces to the equipment, and this allows them to be able to see, without breaking it open and disturbing the pipes and parts, to be able to see what's going on with our sewer systems.
Great. I don't have any questions about the actual procurement process of it. I'm just curious to learn a little more, like what the benefit is of using this instead of renting it, instead of using what we have on hand today.
I'll have Tom come up second and go into that portion.
Okay, thanks.
Oh.
Good evening, Tom Funchen, Public Works Director. Yeah, this is used for stormwater inspections. We do this fairly often. We were borrowing the camera that the sewer department used many times, but it delays our inspections. And with the increasing amount of stormwater we have here, it helps with speeding up the process of inspecting, making repairs where they're necessary. So it's a critical piece of equipment to have.
Okay, Tom, so it's going to be like you're going to send this camera down in the pipe instead of you crawling down the pipe trying to find the issue, right? Is that what the issue is going to be then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we have one currently on the city that's using the sewer system. This is going to be specifically for the stormwater and a backup, I'm assuming, for the sewer or anything else that we can need it for?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then it helps with time saving. You're going to be able to get down there and address the issue and clear it quicker or know exactly where to dig instead of digging up 200 feet. You're going to be able to dig up to 10-foot area and fix it. Am I
Exactly.
understanding
It'll
that?
help with spot repairs, but very critical to infrastructure.
Okay,
Yes,
so that could help save money in that aspect too, that we're not digging up multiple areas and timing.
It will improve the efficiency of our maintenance. Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, you want to address number 6 that you pulled as well for the playground equipment?
Yeah, I think I think it's asking for some information from us. Color of the sail and color of the poles. I don't know if that's something that we need to talk about. To me, I would think it should just match what we recommended from the board to match the pavilions that were being replaced. I think it's green tops and brown poles. Are you looking for some direction from the board tonight, or what's the direction here? It just says blank in the invoice, so.
It'd be your privy. If you like the match what we have there now, I'd be happy to do it.
To me,
If
it
you
makes
like
sense to
something
match. I don't think we should mix match anything. If we're putting up a green roof and a brown pole, it should just match the same thing as a pavilion, in my opinion.
I think that's the way we were going to go on
Okay.
it. Obviously, we were lucky. I know we've talked about piggybacking, and we're going to see the next meeting what we did. But if you looked at this piggyback, a tarp and local company is the one who won the Sarasota bid. So
Yeah.
while we're piggybacking on a Sarasota contract, it was
Perfect
a local company who won that bid.
Is there an estimated time of install for this?
If you pass this over here, I'll make contact and hopefully as soon as possible. I can't guarantee you exactly when because of course supply chain issues that we all suffer from.
I don't think we have the big, the delays we're seeing on a lot of materials and stuff. I think we're of the understanding that there weren't, but again, not as approved. We'll check again, and hopefully there's not the trucking and shipping and production problems we have. I think these were available at least a month ago or stuff, so hopefully it's the same because we want to get them installed as soon as possible.
Got it. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We're going to go to public comments. Do we have any comments on item number 3 and 6?
Good evening, Mike Eisner, 1515 Riverside Drive. My question is, how often do we use the other camera, and how often is this camera? Because it is $100,000. So my question is it worthwhile to pick up another camera? I don't know if there's, a collision of needing the camera in 2 different locations at the same time. The question, I appreciate the question you asked, Vice Mayor, but I'd like to know how often it's used. So if we could get that answer, I know you won't answer me now, but if we get the answer of how often it's used and how often the other one is used, because it doesn't pay to have $100,000 sitting on the shelf. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on these two items? Item number 3 and number 6? Hear none. I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Are there any commission comments?
No.
Hear none. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. We are now going to the special consent agenda, item number 9, appointments to the Court Enforcement Board. It's straightforward. We must vote 1 and 2. The terms of Mr. Porfirio and Mrs. Tullier expire November 1st. Both have expressed interest and they would like to serve. They like to serve another term. And we also have 2 vacancies to fill due to the resignations. So I need a motion for that.
I'll make a motion to appoint as recommended by staff, and then also move up Michael to the alternate position number 1, who's currently an applicant.
Second.
Are there any public comments on these items, on these appointments? Hear none. Are there any commission comments? No commission comments. And roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes, thank you. We're now going to take a break. We'll reconvene at 7:30 p.m.
Mayor,
Just,
all right, go ahead.
oh, go ahead.
I was just going to make my,
Yes, I just wanted to say that we're going to take a break and we're going to reconvene at 7:30 for the public hearing, but Commissioner Terrapini has a comment to make.
yeah, I would just, regarding the Anklet Harbors application, I will be recusing myself this evening due to a conflict of interest. I'll be filling out the appropriate paperwork with the city clerk, and I'll be exiting the premises for the balance of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Please don't go too far. Thank you.
is her baby who's a month younger.
Looks like Leah.
Her cheeks look like,
That's my time clock.
Her cheeks are Leah.
Remind me that it's 9.
Oh, Geo's?
just her eyes are more slanted, but she's cute.
You got 10 minutes. You got 10 minutes. Every time.
One thing uncovers the other.
You know what I'm trying to say.
Can't hear you. I don't know. I think you have to get closer to the mic.
Yeah, I'm close. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're starting in 1 minute.
All right, nice talking. You make points.
That's better. That's better. Trying to see.
We are now reconvening the BOC meeting, the public hearing at 7:30 p.m. And we go to the ordinance and resolutions. Item number 10A, 10C are quasi-judicial. The item 10B is legislative. These items will be discussed together. They are related and will be discussed together, but we're going to vote separately. The item number 10A, which is the ordinance 2021-15, the Echo Harbor rezoning and preliminary plan development. This is the first reading, and it's a quasi-judicial. The city attorney will read the title, and he will explain the quasi-judicial process.
Thank you, Mayor. This is ordinance 2021-15, an ordinance of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida, amending the official zoning map of the City of Tarpon Springs, Florida for 64.17 acres, more or less, of real property located at 42501 U.S. Highway 19 North on the east side of U.S. Highway 19 North from zoning designation GB General Business, or RPD, Residential Plan Development, to zoning designation RPD, Residential Plan Development, approving preliminary plan development for Anclote Harbor Residential Plan Development, providing for dimensional standards, providing for waivers of design requirements of the RPD district, providing for findings, and providing an effective date. That was the first reading of ordinance 2021-15 by title only. There will be a second reading held on November 9th, 2021, and this was published in the Tampa Bay Times by title only, by title with a map on September 1, 2021, and October 27, 2021. It will be advertised again. I'm going to go ahead and read the quasi-judicial procedures. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding where the Board of Commissioners acts in a quasi-judicial rather than a legislative capacity. At a quasi-judicial hearing, it is not the board's function to make law, but rather to apply law that has already been established. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the board is required by law to make findings of fact based upon the evidence presented at the hearing and apply those findings of fact to previously established criteria contained in the Code of Ordinances in order to make a legal decision regarding the application before it. The board may only consider evidence at this hearing that the law considers competent, substantial, and relevant to the issues. If the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has met the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find in favor of the applicant. By the same token, if the competent, substantial, and relevant evidence at the hearing demonstrates that the applicant has failed to meet the criteria established in the Code of Ordinances, then the board is required by law to find against the applicant. In a minute, I'm going to be asking the commissioners relative to whether they have conflicts of interest, ex parte communications. But before I do that, I wanted to remind the public that we are following the quasi-judicial hearing process that is set forth in the rules of procedure. So we'll be having the city make its presentation first. There will be cross-examination by the affected party and by the applicant. The applicant will make its presentation with its witnesses, and the same will happen, cross-examination of staff and affected parties. Affected parties will then make a presentation with their testimony and evidence. Cross-examination will occur for that. And then public hearing will take place to allow for public comments from the public. That is item number 13 in the items that we're going to be going through. So I just want to prepare you for an evening of sitting here until we get to you, but we will get to you. But it will be after the presentations have been made. With that being known, I would ask the commissioners at this point, I'll start with Commissioner Donovan at the far end, whether or not he has or wants to state that he has had any ex parte communications or conflicts of interest that he needs to disclose.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. I just spoke to 3 people about the project. I spoke to Carl Wagenfor on the possibility of concerned citizens being an affected party and the status of potential Zoom calls for witnesses. I spoke to Cindy Terrapini. She tried to schedule a meeting with me, but due to schedule conflicts, we were unable to connect. And I spoke to Dr. Paul Robinson. He reached out to me to ensure that I received his email in opposition.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Carr, did you have any that you wanted to disclose?
Yeah, I've got a couple. I did meet with Cindy Terrapini and the applicant. We discussed, they showed me some pictures of the property over the years and also discussed the tree plan for replacement. I did meet with Carl Wagenforth and Peter Delakis as well, just discuss some of the concerns that they had with the application. We met in person. I did meet with Paul Robinson in person as well, discuss some concerns that he had from the project. And then I've had just, I don't know how many people just random throughout town that have said either yay or nay to it to me in person. So I can't really stand to say, it's just public comment from it.
Okay. Mayor, I'm just going to go in line. Do you have any that you would like to disclose?
Yes, I do. Yes, Tom, thank you. Several months ago, I met with representatives of Morgan Group, Mr. Payton, Mr. Salami, and Mr. Sklecker. And that was before the second application was actually submitted. And of course, I don't remember exactly the date, but they told me they were talking about the benefits this project will provide to the local economy and to Tarpon Springs as a whole. Also, I met on September 13, I met with Mr. Dalakos, who is a member of the Concerned Citizens Group. Mr. Dalakos stated that this project will not be good for the environment. He had many concerns, and also this property might be an archaeological site.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Vaticiotis, did you have any that you wanted to disclose?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Trask. First, I have no conflict of interest. I declared my ex-parte communication in writing to Mr. Trask today shortly after 12 noon. I believe he forwarded copies to the relevant attorneys, the city commission, the city manager, and the city clerk. Since 12, and that ex-parte communication took it up to 12 noon. Since 12 noon, I did not receive any phone calls, but I did receive emails from 1 or 2 residents that I believe the whole commission received as well. I also received one personal email to my commission email, but only to me, from a television reporter. I don't recall the name, but I believe she was with Channel 13. I did not respond to any of the emails.
All right, thank you. And it's my understanding that Mr. Armstrong has an objection that he wants to raise, and I think this would be the appropriate time, and then we'll move on with the hearing.
Good evening, and thank you. I'm Ed Armstrong. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Hillward Henderson. We are located at 600 Cleveland Street, Suite 800 in Clearwater. And I'm here on behalf of the applicant, the Morgan Group. Last week, I sent to Commissioner Vaticiotis an email asking that you recuse yourself because of contacts you had had. And attached to my email were various exhibits that I felt, displayed the extent of those comments back and forth with members of the Planning and Zoning Board. I'll enter this into the record when I'm done speaking. This is just the same letter I sent to all of you last week. There's nothing new or different about it. But if you look at the extent and the content of those emails, we think it shows actual bias. Not the perception of bias, but actual bias and actual prejudice. Additionally, what we believe shows just additional evidence of your bias is the email exchange you had with Dr. Paul Robinson. And again, like the first exhibits we had on my email, these were the products of our public records request that was fulfilled. And this email is dated Saturday, August 14th of this year from Commissioner Vaticiotis to Paul Robinson. Paul, I need your help as a physician. And I just want to stop for a moment and say right here, I have no issue whatsoever with Dr. Robinson's opposition to the project. He has every right to come down here and say his piece. That's the way the process works. So I want to be really clear on that point. That's not where I'm coming from with my objection. If I could go ahead and just read, I'm reading excerpted, in the interest of time, subparagraphs of the email from Commissioner Vaticos to Dr. Robinson. Commissioner had gotten out of a meeting with Renee and Mark LaCourse in the middle of the third paragraph. So I began some researching, and this is referencing air quality and living next to an apartment project. So both based on what I have learned, public health risk from air pollution near busy highways, parentheses less than 500 yards or so, are real. And I ask myself, why would I want to put myself and my family in that situation by renting at that location? 2 days later, Dr. Robinson responds, "You're absolutely correct. Proximity to a busy highway is a risk factor for respiratory disease. Pinellas County is one of the worst in Florida for this type of risk." So as we see it, instead of working through your professional staff, if you had a concern about air quality, instead you did your own research, and attached to an email were 2 EPA studies. One of them is titled EPA Tools and Resources Webinar, Health Impacts of Near Roadway Air Pollution and Mitigation Strategies. It's dated July 27th. We just insert the front page only. Then also a second set of materials from the EPA called Near Roadway Air Pollution and Health Frequently Asked Questions. That's dated August of 2014. So again, as we see it, you went out, you did your own research, you didn't work through your city staff, and you provided this to someone who you know to be an opponent. I need your help as a physician, suggesting to us anyway that you see him as an expert on this issue. No one needs to worry, because we have a true air quality expert here tonight that's going to address.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do not disturb the meeting. You're really not gaining anything by doing that. We have a very, very important issue that we need to discuss. You know, we are adults. We have a very, very important issue here. Please stop doing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
I appreciate that. So in essence, we don't know what else might be out there. We know what we have here. Again, in our view, we believe that you are incapable of judging our case fairly. So we renew our request that you recuse yourself.
To respond?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Armstrong, Mr. Trask reviewed the city public records response concerning me and did not see anything that gives concerns with my participation in this hearing. I want to be clear, I'll be fair and impartial and will base any determinations on competent, substantial evidence, as you reminded us numerous times in past hearings. Consequently, Mr. Armstrong, I decline your request, and I will be participating in this evening's public hearing. Mayor, I request that you ask Mr. Trask to confirm my statement concerning him. Thank you.
I'm sorry, say that again?
If you could request of Mr. Trask to confirm my statement of him. In other words, if you could confirm with Mr. Trask that what I'm saying about Mr. Trask not having concern with my participation is accurate.
Mr. Trask, did you agree with that statement that was made by the Commissioner?
I did, and I just want to bring one other thing to the board's attention. Florida Statute 286.012, it's titled Voting Requirement at Meetings of Governmental Bodies. And I just want to remind the board, pursuant to that statute, a Board of Commissioner members present at the meeting in which an official decision is to be taken may not abstain unless there appears to be a conflict of interest. Obviously, there's not been an issue of whether there's a conflict of interest. In the last sentence of that same statute, it says, in a quasi-judicial hearing, a Board of Commissioner member, and I'm again paraphrasing, may abstain from voting to assure a fair proceeding free from potential bias or prejudice. Commissioner Vaticiotis has stated that he can be fair and impartial without bias or prejudice. He's made that statement. He has no obligation to abstain. The objection has been made on the record, the request has been made on the record, and that's all that is necessary for us to move forward at this point. So unless Mr. Armstrong has anything additional, I think we're ready to move to the next step in this process.
Sure. Just briefly, one thing on the record is that we have carefully reviewed Chapter 286 of the Florida statutes. Our opinion on its applicability is different, very different from Mr. Trask. We believe that it does not apply. I don't want to get into that. It's not going to be settled in this forum tonight. That'll be a discussion at a different place and time. But I did want to note that we disagree with the legal analysis. I'm finished. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Trax, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Now's the time for everybody to be sworn under oath and before we have the city staff begin its presentation. So everyone that's going to speak tonight, if you could please stand up, raise your right hand, and take the oath. You swear that the testimony you're going to give tonight is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can all be seated. I will probably ask that question since I can't see everybody in the audience, so don't feel that it's anything out of the ordinary. I couldn't see everybody in that corner over there. So if I ask you, it's just to confirm that. So the first step would be for the city staff to make a presentation. Ms. Vincent is going to do that. Then we'll move on to the applicant, and then obviously Ms. Graham.
Oh, actually, City Attorney, may I just clarify the status of affected parties?
If you want to get that on the record, absolutely.
Okay, yes, please. Concerned Citizens continues to maintain that we are an affected party in this matter.
Can we ask the attorney why she thinks that? Why do you believe you want to be as an affected party?
Yes, Mayor. We have supplied a letter citing the Concerned Citizens of Tarpon Springs bylaws, their mission statement. I have cited law. The test is that they have as, I'm sorry, I'm blanking out. The members of Concerned Citizens have a larger interest than the regular people at large in the community. They have been dedicated to this mission of protecting the Anclote River over a period of 15 years. They've spent time advocating for it. They like to recreate on the river. They own property that's connected to the waters of Anclote River through the bayou and in the surrounding area. They enjoy bird watching. They enjoy stargazing upon the river. And so based on these and based on our reading of Reynard, we believe that the Concerned Citizens of Tarpon Springs does have standing as an affected party.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor, since it's been proffered at this point that they are an affected party, you know, the Morgan Group has the opportunity to address that issue, and I think Mr. McLaren is attempting to do that, so he could do that at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Scott McLaren. I'm here on behalf of the Morgan Group. I hear Ms. Graham's request for affected party status. She is correct that it is the Renard case, Florida Supreme Court, 261 Southern 2nd, 832. But the test is a four-part analysis. The factors include the proximity of the party's property to the property to be rezoned. Number two, the character of the neighborhood involving the rezoning. Number three, the type of change proposed. And number four, whether the party is among those entitled to receive notice under the local government's notice provision. In this case, Concerned Citizens owns no property. They're not part of the neighborhood that is in question here. And as such, they're not entitled to notice, so they simply do not meet the standard. So we object to them being granted party status. However, we certainly understand and respect this commission's prior position with respect to allowing them to proceed as a party. So I do object for the record. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So, Mayor, we can go ahead and move on then.
Well, I believe the Concerned Citizens Group to be treated and to allow to be appear as an affected party. That's my take on that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Renee, are you ready to make your presentation? You have been sworn under oath?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Renee Vincent, Planning and Zoning Director. I think everyone is familiar with the applications before you tonight. You have four applications, which are actually handled with two ordinances and one resolution. Just to summarize, the first ordinance is 21-15. That is a rezoning request, rezoning the property to residential plan development, as well as approval of a preliminary plan development. Subject property, you see here outlined, is 64 acres. And then you also have a resolution, which is a conditional use, which is required in the commercial general future land use map category to allow residential on the site, even though there's a residential density associated with that land use category. And then you have ordinance 21-16, which is a future land use map amendment. This is cited and it was advertised as 6.46 acres to recreation open space. In conversation with the applicant, this number 6.46 is actually 5.91, and so that will need to be corrected as we move forward with second readings of the ordinance. Here's just a little bit higher level overview of where the property is. Obviously, you have the Anclote River, Sail Harbor over here, you have the mobile home parks to the south, and US Highway 19. Future land use categories on the property are this purple color is commercial general, and then the lighter kind of bluish color is residential office. The current zoning on the property, and this is a little bit convoluted, is either general business or RPD. There was a previous ordinance that I think everyone is aware of that was previously approved that did change the zoning to RPD, but that is under review by the courts. So this is the ultimate validity of that particular ordinance is still up in the air. So we have advertised this as either GB or RPD as the current land use, current zoning. The project overview consists of 404 multifamily units and 5 four-story buildings. They're shown in yellow here. We have two accesses to the site off of US 19. The northern access is a right-in, right-out only. The southern access is right-in, right-out. And then to go south, there would be a median and U-turn lane, which will be discussed at length. So I won't dwell on that. There's a waiver request to allow the building heights to be at 53 feet from grade. The building height limitation in the zoning is 45 feet, so that is a waiver that's being requested. Site amenities include kind of your typical things that you would find with a project like this, community clubhouse, swimming pool, playgrounds. They are proposing a dock and kayak facility. Obviously, that has to go through other regulatory hurdles. Nature trail area on this part of the site. They are proposing a business center on site as an amenity for people that do a lot of working from home. The layout does separate the buildings and activity from the Eagle Nest locations, which are up here. So the site's really designed to be as far away from the Eagle Nest as possible, and it does have extensive buffering around the site. Again, of the 64 acres, there are approximately 22 acres of wetlands on the site, and that's the areas that you see in these purple categories. Of those, 21 acres are meant to be preserved. The site is also identified with 30 acres of significant upland habitat, and that's something that must be reviewed under a comprehensive plan. And there is a requirement to set aside at least 30% of that habitat for preservation. They're actually setting aside approximately just under 14 acres of that significant upland habitat. Again, the 6.5 acres of upland habitat that's proposed for rec open space, that is this area here. And again, that number is actually 5.9. So moving forward, just remember that's 5.9. The actual overall development of the site, of the 64 acres, only 18% of the site, less than 12 acres, is actually going to be occupied by buildings and parking. The rest is either open space or part of the stormwater management system for the site. Talking a little more about the significant upland habitat, so there's an outline here that's a little hard to see that identifies the area that's been identified by the biologist as significant upland habitat. So, and the area that's shaded in this tan orange color is actually what's going to be preserved. And then, so the area of impact are these other areas that are kind of highlighted in red. A little bit about tree removal and mitigation. The proposed plans are in compliance and actually exceed the city's tree removal and mitigation requirements. They will be removing all invasive species from the site, including the areas that aren't really going to be disturbed, and then they will be doing replanting. Within the wetlands themselves, they're actually going to be planting over 6,000 trees to reforest the wetlands again once the invasive species are removed. And then these are just details of the tree removal mitigation. I won't dwell on these because they're really difficult to see at the scale. So just some overall, kind of by the numbers again, 64 acres on the site, 42 acres roughly of uplands, 22 acres of wetlands. The residential density that is allowed on the site by the density calculations is 485 units. They're proposing 404. The wetland areas to be impacted are 0.91 acres, and that is intended to be mitigated on site through the wetland enhancement plans. That obviously has to be approved by the Southwest Florida Water Management District. Approximately 96% of the wetlands, a little over 21 acres, are being preserved. Project open space, we have two things. There's an overall required open space in the residential plan development category, and then there's the additional open space requirement of the significant upland habitat. Project-wide, they're required to have 25%. They actually have 49%. And then the upland habitat, they would be required to set aside 9.1 acres. And again, they're setting aside between 13 and 14 acres. Again, the overall site impervious area is under 12 acres of the site, and that is very much below what would be allowed in those land use map categories. So, under our review criteria for quasi-judicial items, which are 3 of the 4 applications, really we have the same review criteria for all of these. Consistency with the comprehensive plan, public facilities availability, environmental and historical resource review, and an appropriateness and compatibility of use. So for comprehensive plan consistency, staff conducted a very thorough review of the project for consistency with the city's comprehensive plan. We did a line-by-line review that has been entered into the official records. There's also a summary of each element review by city staff that's included in the agenda packet. I'm not going to go through every one of them. To summarize those, we do find that the project as presented and conditioned does comply with the overall intent and is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Going a little deeper into our review, the public facilities availability. Public facilities adequacy and concurrency requirements for the project are met, especially considering the following. We have reviewed the capacities for potable water, sanitary sewer, solid waste, public schools, hurricane sheltering, libraries, law enforcement, and fire protection. The only deficiency that we have regarding parks in the city right now are those for mini parks, and they will be providing extensive on-site recreation facilities to serve the site. Infrastructure that's being extended at the developer's expense include the on-site stormwater drainage and handling, that will all be private. the sanitary sewer main that, excuse me, wrong button, the sanitary sewer main to connect the site, and then the roadway safety improvements. So those are all infrastructure being provided at the developer's expense. Under our environmental and historic resources review, I'll call attention to, I've already talked about most of this. The layout does avoid and buffer the existing bald eagle nesting. The recreation open space designations and conservation easements that will be placed over, there will be, we're recommending that the entire 14 acres be amended to rec open space, and then with that, conservation easements would be placed over all of that, as well as the wetlands for the future. Regarding archaeological resources, there's been a level 1 survey of this property in the past. There are some identified archaeological sites. What the state has opined that they are, they're not of concern as based on the evidence that's already existing. In an abundance of caution, we are recommending, it's not part of, we don't have it as a recommendation of the preliminary plan, but as part of the final plan if we get there, that a level 1 assessment would be conducted prior to any ground disturbing activities. And so that's a systematic review of the site. They have to look at the entire site. They have to do shovel pits and at certain depths and things to make sure that there's no significant archaeological deposits on the site. So regarding appropriateness and compatibility of use, the area is surrounded by natural features and development-associated buffering. The general area is occupied by residential, office, business, and light industrial uses. So again, we're talking about the surrounding areas. You do have buffering between the nearby mobile home parks and residential development. And of course, it fronts on US 19, and all access will be through US 19, so there won't be any traffic in adjoining neighborhoods. Under our review criterias for waivers, as I stated earlier, they are requesting a waiver from the building height limit of 45 feet to up to 53 feet. There are 5 reasons, if you will, under our code that you can request a waiver. We feel that they do meet 2 of them. One is superior alternatives and protection of significant features. By allowing the additional height, they're concentrating the development and going vertical as opposed to horizontal, so it does allow them to set aside additional lands for recreation, open space preservation. So in the preliminary plan development ordinance, and I'll go through these a little more in depth, there were 8 conditions on the ordinance that was, and as that went to Planning and Zoning Board, I have not changed that. Since it went to Planning and Zoning Board, I didn't want to change the ordinance conditions without discussing those, or proposed conditions without coming to the board first. So there are conditions that speak to the recreation open space, future land use map amendment, again, increasing that from the 6.54, or actually 5.9 acres up to the nearly 14. The applicant has agreed to that condition. We requested conservation easements on all the preserved wetland and upland habitat. The applicant has agreed to that condition, and we have a conservation easement template that's been provided. It has not been drawn up yet. We requested a post-development eagle management plan. They have provided that, and it begins on page 11 of the updated environmental assessment report. We asked for expanded analysis and details for the wetland enhancement plan, which they have also produced. These new documents that have been produced are actually updates of existing documents, and they have come about as part of the final plan development that's trailing this, but I felt it was important to include them in your agenda backup for reference, since they do address some of these conditions. Regarding sea level rise, we had actually requested 2 feet of freeboard above first finished floor elevation. They are compliant with that, and the applicant actually, I think they'll testify to this, will be actually, the first floor elevations will be at 3 feet above base flood elevation. We asked for an analysis of the entire stormwater operation system and the wastewater infrastructure regarding sea level rise to make sure that the proposed plan as it's developed, taking into account future sea level rise, would not affect the operations of that stormwater management system in an adverse manner. They have provided that analysis and confirmed that as it's currently proposed, that condition is met. And we did ask for an expanded transportation management plan, which they have provided. They did, at our request, they did include a bike share program now in addition to the other transportation management strategies, and we can talk more about those if you wish. So they have expanded the transportation management plan. So applications 21-100 and 21-101 are the rezoning and preliminary plan development applications. Staff recommendation is to approve ordinance 2021-15, preliminary plan development and rezoning with the establishment of 404 units with a waiver for height and with 8 conditions. We also recommend approval of the conditional use application, which is resolution 2021-52, allowing residential use in the commercial general future land use map category. The legislative review item, which is the future land use map amendment, again, this number needs to be amended to 5.9 acres. We do recommend approval. This is rezoning property to, amending the land use to recreation open space. And then we did, as stated before, we've recommended that be increased to cover the entire nearly 14 acres of the open space that's being preserved. And again, the applicant has agreed to that request, that the balance of that remaining acreage will be amended with final adjustments to the preservation designations for the wetlands. So it will be another land use map amendment that will come in front of the board in the future. And we do find that per section 207-06-03C, the amendment does meet the standards of the Florida Statutes, Chapter 163. Some additional information, just for the record, the applicant has indicated a preference that they, to meet the city's public art requirement through an on-site art project that would obviously have to be approved by our public art board. And then the last bit of information, the wetland mitigation for the impacted 0.91 acres of wetland is intended to be mitigated on site through the wetland enhancement plan. However, that if for some reason that enhancement plan is not fully recognized as adequate to compensate for the 0.91 acres of wetland being impacted, then we did ask the applicant to specify a second alternative, and they have agreed that they will do the required mitigation within the Tarpon Springs planning area boundary. A couple other things that I want to get into. Oh, hold on, excuse me. So the Planning and Zoning Board reviewed these applications on September 20th, and I think as you've already heard, they did recommend denial of all 4 of the applications. And for the applications, the 2 ordinances and the 1 resolution. Regarding ordinance 2021-15, which is the preliminary plan development and rezoning ordinance, the applicant has submitted, and this was provided in the list of things on the agenda website for the commissioners, the applicants have requested a condition to be added to the preliminary and final residential plan approvals, and I'm just going to read that into the record. And basically what it's doing, since we're asking them to increase the amount of acreage going into a rec open space in the future, if something happened on the site, this would memorialize the 404 units as being a vested right, essentially. By us changing the land use designations, we're removing residential rights from the property. In the future, if something happened and they needed to rebuild, they're simply asking that because they're setting it aside, that this be put into the ordinance. So I'm just going to read this, and it'll be to the board's decision to add this. So it says, condition to add to the preliminary and final RPD approvals. For purposes of calculating density for the Anclote Harbor residential plan development, Anclote Harbor RPD, the applicant and city agree that the uplands acreage and related residential density ascribed to the portion of the site that is proposed to be designated as ROS, Recreation Open Space, on the city's future land use map, plan amendment area, shall be considered a part of the developable uplands of the overall site and has been used to calculate the allowable density for the Anclote Harbor RPD. Therefore, the Anclote Harbor RPD is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan and land development code as legally conforming residential development as to density, and the RPD has the right to develop and maintain 404 residential units on the site in reliance of density from the plan amendment. So that is a request of the applicant. I have not added it to the ordinance as of yet because I didn't want to change the ordinance in any way before it came to the board after it had gone to the Planning and Zoning Board. I do want to enter into the record all of the written materials that have been provided to the board, both through the city's website as well as the Anclote Harbor information page. As reports have been developed and analysis has been done, we've made a very hard effort to put every bit of evidence into the public record that would be available to everybody. And so I'm at all those records are entered into the record in support of the staff's recommendations to approve the applications. I do have 2 additional information slides that I want to at least show you. Since they were in the backup, I don't want to omit them from the presentation. So there has been a lot of discussion about sea level rise. So utilizing this is the Pinellas County Sea Level Rise viewer, I've superimposed the sea level rise 2050 estimates of sea level rise. So you have an intermediate low, an intermediate, and an intermediate and a high estimate. So, and this, I know this is difficult to see for the public, but the areas that are in red, that's that would be a 0.95 sea level rise, 0.95 feet out to year 2050. And you can see, there's some areas here that show up as potentially being impacted. Those are the wetlands that are actually going to be filled and compensated for on site. If you're looking at the intermediate, this orange color is difficult to see. It's really on the boundaries of the yellow, and then your high estimate is the yellow itself. So until you get to the actual hitting the high sea level rise estimates is when you start to see potential impacts. And so the caveat to this is this doesn't include any of the built infrastructure and how the site is actually going to be, what the future site's going to look like. This is based on current elevation data, so it's a little bit misleading, but I did want to at least provide it for context for sea level rise. And then this is the same layout with the 2070 projection. And again, until you get to the yellow is the high, and that's the areas that are most impacted. And again, so it's until you get to the actual high sea level rise projections out to 2070, do you see areas being affected? And again, I have to caveat that this is not based on the actual elevations that the site will be at. This is based on the current site. And our engineer of record, Rick Aguirre, is here, and he can address this more if you have questions about the actual sea level rise impacts on the future of the site. But since this was in the agenda backup, I didn't want to just not show it to the board. Let's see. I don't think I have anything else at the moment that I want to enter into the record. The presentation, all the staffing materials that's on both websites. As things have been coming in, you do have documents from Pinellas County Emergency Management that talk about hurricane impacts. I have reviewed those. This does not change my recommendation of approval. So I know there's going to be questions, so I don't want to talk about things that you maybe don't need to hear about at this point. So I'll stop there, and at the appropriate time in the hearing, I'll answer questions from the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Now is the opportunity for the Board of Commissioners to ask questions. Mayor, I saw you raise your hand. You have a question for Ms. Vinson.
Yes, I do.
Please go
Thank
ahead.
you. Mrs. Vinson, I will be asking you some questions. If some of the questions I will be asking you need to be directed to the applicant, please let me know, and I will ask later. My questions will be on traffic increase. Second, on capacity of our utilities. 3, on the stormwater collection. 4, comprehensive plan. 5, impact on sea level rise. And 6, archaeological site.
Okay.
We'll start with the traffic increase. Does the new traffic study has the same results as they did the last traffic study that we had, which was back in the COVID-19 period?
And I'm going to, where's our traffic folks? Oh, there they are. So I'm going to defer to, and I'll let you guys introduce yourselves. These are our traffic consultants.
Okay, hold on, we're not going to do that just yet. These are questions for Renee, and if Renee can't answer your questions, she can bring on additional witnesses. Let's just get Renee, so we're not doing the up and down, Mayor.
Okay.
So just questions of Renee
So
while
I think
she's
the
standing.
comprehensive plan is probably on your list. I think everything else is going to be another staff member.
Okay, comprehensive plan. You have conducted a thorough review of the project for the consistency of the city's comprehensive plan, and you found it to be consistent with the city comprehensive plan. Can you please briefly explain for the public so we understand exactly what comparison that you did?
We actually did a line-by-line review of the goals, objectives, and policies. We identified if policies were simply just not applicable to this, and then we identified, we made comments, and there's a whole set of spreadsheets that was available to the public. We reviewed each element. There are, in the staff report backup for the comprehensive plan review, I did identify certain policies of concern, the things that weren't incredibly obvious. But on balance, after reviewing everything, and yes, I'm going to use the word on balance, looking at the entire comprehensive plan, I do find that it is consistent with the proposed project is consistent with our comprehensive plan. Did that answer your question, Mayor?
Yes, thank you. The other item that concerns planning and zoning is the archaeological site. Some residents are concerned that this property might be archaeological site. Do we have any new information other than what just shared with us on your PowerPoint?
No. I mean, like I said, we will require a level 1 assessment prior to any ground disturbing activities. And the intent of that, then if you find something, then it leads you into a higher level of assessment to ensure that if there are deposits, do they need to be collected? Do they need to be, what is the impact and what's the mitigation? So even though that has been done before, and we have records from the state that basically indicate that they're not significant, in an abundance of caution, we want to have that redone again. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Trask, the other questions that I have, we need to get some specialists like the traffic.
So we'll finish with this witness, Mayor, then we'll go on to the other city witnesses, and they may be able to answer some of those questions. So any other questions from the commissioners of Ms. Vincent? Okay, I see the vice mayor's hand down there. We'll go him. We'll go right down the row from there. I'll come back to Commissioner Vaticiotis.
Thanks. Renee, if you can, thank you for the presentation. There's a lot of details that's behind this. I know your staff did a lot of work to get this prepared for all parties involved, so I appreciate your work behind this. Can you just clarify, what is the retention pond defined as? Is it open space, wetland? How are they defining that space? Because it's unique, right? Because water is going to sit there, but it's not rec space, it's not...
So the retention ponds they're not considered wetlands. They're functional. They're a utility essentially, but they are able to count toward a portion of your required open space, if that helps you.
Okay. But I mean, it's just for clarification though, a retention pond isn't like it's not sealed like a pool. The water's still able to drain like through the sand into the aquifer back, right?
I'll have to defer the stormwater questions to our engineer of record. I'm not an expert on that.
I'll wait for the applicant for that
Okay.
one, so thank you.
Okay.
I just wanted some clarification on what that space is actually considered in the calculations. And then, are there any restrictions with mitigating wetlands within the coastal high hazard area in the comp plan or in our district?
We have no policies to that effect in our comprehensive plan.
Okay. And then my other questions are going to be for other individuals and staff, so thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Donovan?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Renee, I'm going to try to keep it just to you. Let me know if it's something that you can't answer. Most of my questions are going to be about the project acreages and densities. I don't know if you want to pull up that chart or go back to that. I think it's on slide 13. That's the one.
Okay.
I just want to know, in terms of the second to last cell there that says site-wide impervious for the 48 acres allowed and the total of 11.58 acres, can you break down a little bit further what the difference between both columns are and what those percentages mean?
Sure. So in your future land use categories, you'll have a maximum impervious surface ratio. So that's ground that is occupied by buildings or impervious surfaces like parking. So it doesn't perk, it's hard surface. So in the two categories on the site, we have residential office general, the impervious surface ratio, the maximum that's allowed is 75%. In the commercial general, the maximum is allowed is 85%. So what that means is that 85% or 75% of the site could be built out with impervious surfaces. So that's what's allowed in our code. The second is what's actually proposed. So in this instance, they're actually going to have a little less than 12 acres of impervious surface, which if you break down the numbers, it equates to 10% in the ROG category and 24% in the commercial general. So they're far below what would be allowed by the ratios that are called out in the comprehensive plan for those land use categories.
Okay. And that impervious would be the buildings and parking lots? Both
Yes,
of those? Okay. And then in the past, the applicant has used the term downzoning. Could I just get a staff opinion on kind of what that term means?
Downzoning really would be changing from one zoning category that has, let's say 15 units to the acre, and you're downzoning it to 10 units to the acre. And you're reducing the density. In this instance, through the plan development process, they are in essence, they're reducing the density on the property below what's allowed. But it's really, the thing that to be careful about that is, in the RPD district, there's not a density associated, so it relies on the underlying future land use. So, at the end of the day, you have densities prescribed in those two districts of up to 15 units per acre, and the applicant is actually developing at about 6.3 units per acre. So, and that is sealed by the preliminary plan development process. So, is it a downzoning in the traditional sense? That's probably open for debate, but it is, arguably they are reducing the allowable density on the property.
Okay. And then I see on that chart, so the 96% of wetlands are going to be preserved. That other 4% is going to be addressed by a wetland enhancement plan. Can you go into a little bit more detail as to what a wetland enhancement plan includes?
The wetland, and the applicant will probably address this much more extensively, but the wetland enhancement plan, they'll be removing the exotics on site, and then the buffer areas. And then they'll be doing extensive replanting in those areas to restore native vegetation to the site. And so it's the way that SwiftMud evaluates that is they use a UMAM, Uniform Method and Mitigation. I think that's the right acronym. So they're looking at not just numbers of 1 acre versus 2 acres. They look at the quality of the wetlands pre and post. And so the applicant's intention is that, based on their UMAM assessment, is that they won't need, the enhancement plan itself will take care of the mitigation required for the 0.91 acres. I'll defer to them for a more detailed explanation. But that ultimately has to be approved by the Southwest Florida Water Management District.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions I have for you specifically.
Thank you. Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Thank you, Mr. Trask. Ms. Vincent, first, earlier we received an email, I believe, about Mr. Chen from FDOT. Is he here tonight?
Mr. Chen, or is it, Ron Chen, is he here? Oh, you're representing? Okay. Do you want it, I don't know who you are. Todd Crosby from FDOT is here.
What's the name?
Todd Crosby.
Todd Crosby. Okay, that's good. I've seen his name on some of the emails. Thank you, Ms. Vincent, for everything that you've done. I know there's been a lot of work involved. I very much appreciate the line-by-line analysis. It's something that I'd asked for in the first application. I believed it helped bring the information contained in the application into focus, especially for the P&Z board. Also, the fact that you provided much ahead of time the information, which is different than what occurred the first application, except in the last couple of days, we've been inundated with a whole lot more information. And I'd like to know from you, since the P&Z hearing on the 20th, how much new information have received in the form of reports, analyses, reviews of applicants' reports, and things of that nature that did not make it to the P&Z board.
Okay. Let me see if I can outline that for you. Let me get the right report. Oh, it's right here in front of me. So, since the Planning and Zoning Board, we have received, and there's, again, you're right, there's been some things in the last few days that have come in. So that we've received an updated environmental assessment report. We received an updated wetland enhancement plan. We received their updated hurricane response plan, an updated transportation management plan. We received an analysis of stormwater operations for sea level rise, and we received the copy of the conservation easement. We recently just I think on Friday, we received the evaluation and comments from the Pinellas County Emergency Management. Just today, we received an additional report regarding this storm floodplain from the Pinellas County Floodplain Manager. Let's see. I have that. That's the majority of what I believe that we've received since. There's been some other things that have come in that were, from applicants or from, from opposition and things like that have also come in, but I think that's the bulk of it.
Well, I mean, and all those are very relevant to the application. And I think I know how you're going to answer this. Do you think this is fair to the P&Z board?
I'll candidly say I don't think the Planning and Zoning Board is getting the benefit of things that this board's getting the benefit of tonight.
Okay. I know in terms of the transportation management plan, that was something that they had focused on, and an updated report may have helped in that regard as well. I'd like in the future to try and not rush these things through, because the sense I get, we're rushing this thing through and we're not having all the information going to our in my opinion, my most important board other than ourselves that's reviewing this application, notwithstanding the staff. Okay, let me get started. First, you're familiar with Objective 1.1 of the housing element of the comp plan. Let me read it to you.
Sure.
The city shall assist the private sector in providing a mixture of housing types to meet the city's housing needs. Do you recall that objective?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in addition to analyzing what a developer gives you initially, you suggest and recommend whatever additional information is needed to strengthen his application. You ask that of the applicant. That's your job. That's the city's role to do that, to encourage the private sector to provide housing types. So that is your job. So now you've made your staff report and presentation based on the information that the applicant provided as a result of the process. It was your assessment of whether the application is consistent with the land development code and the comp plan based not just on your staff but also on the TRC as a whole, and the P&Z board believed otherwise. I'm sure you agree with that.
Yes.
Okay. There's no trick questions here, by the way. So my next question is important for everyone to understand. When you answer questions asked by us, by the commission, for example, You're answering questions concerning your findings, and if anything, you're defending or explaining your own and your staff's analysis and observations. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not advocating for the applicant?
No.
Okay. So you also at times explain what you believe in the intent of the provision of the Land Development Code or the comprehensive plan. Is that correct?
That's my job, yes.
Okay. And then it's up to us as far as whether we agree with your assessment and the staff's assessment, the TRCs, and to be fair, the P&Z boards. Is that, well, that's the way it's supposed to work?
That's the way it's supposed to work. I am a recommender on your planning staff, professional planner, but I make a recommendation that, and as does the technical review committee members, to the board for their consideration, but it's ultimately the board that has to make this decision.
Okay, the reason I mention this is to point out that you're not the Morgan Group.
No.
Okay, you're the city's planning director, and you have a job to do, as I just described. Okay, so let's move on. Based on my comparison between the proposed conditions, and I think the new version of the 2020-34, is it 2021-15? Is that the new version of that? The new preliminary development
Yes.
ordinance?
2021-15 is the ordinance for the plan development and rezoning.
Right, okay.
Yes.
So there's 7 new conditions, and this is based on your line by line. I asked you for that in your memorandum to me, and I've got the date, and I'll mention that a little later. But of those, there's 7 that were added. You told me that it would be better to show you what was there rather than a different approach that I'd mentioned, new conditions. But a second access was not included as part of the conditions.
On this ordinance?
In
No.
the new one?
In the new one, no, but they're showing it on the plan.
Okay. So why were these new conditions added? Let me,
Okay, sure.
where I'm heading, is this
Sure.
to be consistent with the land development code and the comp plan?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So, and they were not in 2020-34?
I would have to go back and do a line, some of them may have actually been, but I'm not 100% sure that there was 30-some odd conditions in the
Right.
first one, so,
But you showed me what you felt were the new conditions.
yes.
Okay, not in 2020-34?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So, as I understand, and I'm trying to understand the process, so you need to kind of bear with me a little bit on how this is supposed to work this evening. So, if ordinance 2020-15 is denied, and the applicant wishes to rely on ordinance 2020-34 to proceed, these new conditions, especially the ones required by the comp plan, would have to be added to the previous application?
I think the appropriate course of action would be based on, if the applicant chooses to try to go forward in reliance on the previous ordinance, and I'm looking over at the city attorney to make sure I'm not going off the reservation here with this, but if they still have to go through a final plan development process, and so these things would most likely, in my opinion, be picked up as part of the final plan development. So, these don't go away if this dies tonight. These are still things that I think are relevant and that we would, be looking toward with the final plan development. I mean, I can't disregard all that information.
Okay, but for example, the 35, and I'm going to talk about the easements, but I think they total about 35 acres of conservation easements are something new, and based on the land development code that I see, especially the section 85 C4, any change of which would require amendment to approval conditions, which is what we would be doing. And as such, the process would go back to the preliminary development plan consideration stage. That's straight out of our land development code, and I'm speaking.
So you're saying a change in the approval conditions. So in my opinion, they would have to meet whatever the approval conditions were on the original plan development. It doesn't negate you from putting additional conditions when something would come forward for final plan development, as long as we're, all right. I'm going to refer to the city attorney
All
on
right,
this one, yeah.
let's talk about
Yeah.
this later, because it's
Yeah.
getting complicated, but everything you're telling me is a little different than what I've always known.
Right.
And I've always preached that you can't do anything to the final development plans. As a matter of fact, I think Mr. Armstrong reminded us of that in one of the earlier hearings. So let's just forget that for right now, and we'll pick it up at a later date.
Yeah, I do agree. A change of the conditions of the the previous preliminary plan development, any change in that would have to come back to the board, and any change to the plan would have to come back to the board.
All right. So tonight we're looking for the consistency of this project as it's presented, okay? And that would be M plus 2020-15, okay? This is our 8th public hearing on this matter, and we've had 8 TRCs and about a couple of, I don't want to exaggerate, but maybe thousands of pages, a couple of thousand pages, maybe a little less, maybe a little more, concerning this project made available. And I think this is the largest residential development in the city's history since the Growth Policy Act, State's Growth Policy Act went into effect. Maybe Point Alexis and Harbor Watch were bigger, I don't know. So I'm going to predicate, just as the mayor did, my questions by briefly summarizing what I want to discuss as far as the next several questions. And I'm going to do it in the simplest ways in terms of our responsibility to the residents, including what I would call future residents that are going to be living at that project. So first, about 4%, and this again is predicating my next set of questions. About 4% of our population, or a little over 900 of the city's residents, will be funneled directly by 2 accesses onto US 19, notoriously busy roadway and at times backed up across the proposed entrance location. About 4% of the city's residents will be living on based on what I saw from the latest reports from the Pinellas County Emergency Management. I think it was a floodplain manager, and also the other review that received today, that will be living on a proverbial man-made island in the middle of a flood-prone area that is predicted to be surrounded by water during severe tropical storms, and in a couple of decades is predicted to be flooding routinely by king tides. Now, in the 2 slides that you showed up there, those are sea level rise, right? Not king tides.
Correct, there's a sea level rise.
So if this is, I'm not sure whether they're mean high or whatever, but you could superimpose your king tides on top of those, is that correct?
I didn't have the king tide
The
data handy, but
technicality
yeah.
Okay, we can deal with that later too, but it's not king tides, it's sea level rise.
Correct.
Okay. And,
oh, go ahead, that's all right.
do you want to add anything to that?
Well, I showed the sea level rise because that's what's required of our comp plan, so
Okay,
that's,
all right, fair enough. About 4% of our residents will be practically dependent on personal vehicles for transportation, contrary to our push for a multimodal community that we promoted for years. Okay, so to accomplish A, B, and C, we're going to disrupt a 74-acre ecosystem that's part of our Anclote River watershed, and that report is part of our backup, the Pinellas County Anclote River Water Management.
the watershed management plan,
All
yes.
right. And I also want to add that the burden of proof to demonstrate consistency with the land development code and the comprehensive plan is with the applicant. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Okay. Now, regarding consistency and compliance, I wish to offer Section 6 of the Land Development Code entitled Rules of Interpretation. The first round that we had on this, on the first application, I really got caught up in the minutia of the details of asking percentages and this and that and the whole thing. So I'm going to kind of pull back a little bit and kind of look at this from our city and its interest. And I think it's also consistent with the comp plan and the land development code, but you're going to have to bear with me a little bit. And I'll be asking you questions regarding this. So the rules of interpretation of our land development code is the interpretation and the application of this code shall be considered as the minimum necessary to protect the public health, safety, welfare, shall be liberally construed in favor of the city, and shall not be deemed to limit any other powers granted by the state statutes. Let me repeat one portion. The minimum necessary to protect the public health, welfare, and safety. Do you agree with that? I mean, is that our responsibility to protect the?
Certainly.
Okay. So let me ask you some questions in reverse order of the items that I just described, this A, B, C, and D. In D, is the partial shown in the county's latest Anclote River Water Management, Watershed Management Plan? And being part of that watershed area, have we analyzed what the consequences of this project is going to be on the watershed?
It is in the watershed management plan. We asked the applicant to review that and include the best management practices that are cited in the Anclote River Watershed Management Plan as part of their planning, and they have done that. I'll let the applicant speak more to that. I would state that, you know, that plan also recognizes that that is privately owned property, and that it would require cooperation of the owners to do the things that are identified in that plan.
But they're going to, I mean, you've seen their report, is that correct?
The applicant's report?
That's what you're describing to me, that the information I'm asking for is in the applicant's report.
They have included best management practices that were cited in the watershed management plan in their wetland enhancement plans and mitigation plans, yes.
But we don't know what the consequences of the project would be?
No.
Okay. Regarding C, specifically the residents relying practically on personal vehicles for transportation, do you recall Mr. Vessey's question on this, of this project not being consistent with the Transportation Element Policy 1.5.3? Let me read it to you, it might help. The city shall discourage the development of low-density residential projects which will increase urban sprawl and dependency on the personal vehicle. Do you recall that discussion? I do. And in that one, this may help refresh your memory. You said you need to look at, he needs to look at, or the commission, the P&Z board needs to look at it on balance with other competing policies, such as lower density in the CHHA, the Coastal High Hazard Area. Do you remember that conversation? Okay. So I gave that a little thought about your response, and basically your position, and it's in the form of a question, your position on consistency was based on balance. You've said that again tonight. You say, in this case, greater reliance on personal vehicles, contrary to the transportation element policies, in exchange for lower density because of coastal and future land use element policies of developing in the coastal high hazard areas. In other words, so what you're saying is we're giving up on one to allow a compromise on another policy. I think that's what you were getting at. In other words, what you're saying is you can't have both. You can't have low density, and you can't have a reliance on low density in this coastal high hazard area without there being without the expectation of some other things that you might have to give up on, like reliance on your personal vehicle.
So the policies in the comp plan speak to moving toward mixed-use development so that when you have a development, you have internal capture. And so it moves away from singularity of use. So in this instance, forcing this project or forcing a project to be mixed use to reduce the traffic out onto US 19, your trip-ins for a multifamily apartment is 5.9 trip-ins per day. So the intent is, if you have other functions on the site, I don't have to leave the site. I can, and they have done that with the amenities that they are providing. So you have, and let me kind of go full circle with this. So they have a transportation management plan that talks about, they have a business center, they have recreation amenities on site. So they're providing things that you typically would leave to do. You can work from home. So come on, folks, you'll get your turn. So the intent was to move away from singularity of use. On this particular site, yes, it has unique characteristics to it. So to do that, you're going to impact more of the site. So they're setting aside a significant amount of property into preservation. The density is 6.3 units per acre. We also have policies that, in the future of US 19, that if you talk to the Ford Pinellas and the MPO, they want a lot higher densities on US 19. So that is my point of competing interest. So yes, I am looking at this on balance of, are you going to have trips on US 19? Yes. It's less than it would be for single-family residents because they have higher trip-ins per unit. So, we've asked them to try to do things to reduce trips onto US 19 through site amenities, and providing alternatives like a bike share, which they have agreed to do. You have a public sidewalk that directly connects to the Pinellas Trail that you can get access to the docks in the downtown. I think it'll be used. Just my opinion. Not a transportation specialist. So, again, yes, I looked at this on balance. You do have competing interests and policies in the comprehensive plan. And so it is the intent that, the intention, or this, I would say it's the responsibility of this board to decide, are you going to balance those, or are you going to singularly say it doesn't meet this, and therefore we're not going to approve it? I'm saying, I'm looking at it on balance of the entire comprehensive plan and
Right.
what's best for the site.
Right. And what my question was is specific to Mr. Vesey, which I thought was pretty intriguing, the way he presented it. And in your response, and I know we're going to have this conversation on the word balance in the future at some point, but it was basically, it was specific to the reliance on personal vehicles, as you described, because of the low density development, and that's what it was qualified, low medium. You agreed to that one. In exchange for lower density because of the coastal and future land use element policies of developing in the coastal high hazard areas. And I understand your rationale, but what I hear you saying is that we are giving on one policy to allow to compromise on another, and in other words, you're saying that two wrongs make a right in this particular case.
No, I'm not saying that, but.
Okay. Well, if this project moves forward, I'm going to want to get with you on some additional, because I don't quite understand how your argument with Mr. Vesey, and I've listened to that a couple of times now. So for B, we now have Ms. Levy's comments during the Hayes Road feasibility study special session. The County Public Works Director, and that's who she is, Mrs. Foster, the county's floodplain administrator's email memoranda characterizing the site and providing some concerns there. Actually, that was Ms. Levy, as to flooding during severe tropical storms and the king tides. Also, the Pinellas County's emergency management's review of the project is quite critical of the development from the loss of property, cost to provide for evacuees and safety. Do you generally agree with their findings, or that what I'm describing is correct and that's in the report?
They've given you a list of what they see as impacts, and I have no reason to refute those.
Okay.
They did agree that the analysis that was required by our code was sufficient, and that there is sufficient shelter space, at least up to a Category C evacuation. They're silent to D, and then they talk about that there's an existing deficiency for a level E. That's for a Category 5 hurricane. Obviously, that's a countywide issue.
Okay. But it's also our issue. We're in the county.
It is.
I mean, we used to have our shelters for Tarpon Springs, and then somehow, all of a sudden, we mysteriously caused that to disappear because we don't have any shelters in Tarpon because there's no land that's high enough, and now we're relying on the county.
Well, they're all the county, I mean, they're all county shelters.
Right.
It's a countywide issue, yes.
Right, okay. So let's move on to A, the two-access scheme, and I'm going to mention safety here too, as I did earlier. And this isn't transportation, this is comp plan stuff that we're going to talk about. Would you agree that most of the P&Z board's focus was on traffic?
Traffic and then some, I believe, sheltering issues.
Okay.
But primarily, yes, it was on traffic.
Right. Okay, and we already know that they didn't have some of these other documents like the emergency management review and so forth. All right. So here's what I think the problem was with the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I did talk to some of the board members since the P&Z meeting. And basically what they saw was something in front of them like putting residents on a very busy, and to some of the board members, dangerous highway, that their own individual experiences and observations, from that, it didn't seem right, and there wasn't any information that demonstrates to them otherwise. That, in other words, they were looking for something to help them understand how that access was to work, and they felt that they didn't have that. Okay, so a second access is required by our land development code. We also know FDOT is not planning on any improvements to US 19 in that section of the road in the near future. Is that correct? That was
To my
state-
knowledge, that
well,
is
you can-
correct.
Somebody else can answer,
Okay.
but that was in one of the applicants.
DOT's here, so I'll let
okay.
them answer.
All right. And also, there was there is nothing new regarding PSTA's and Pasco Transit Authority's position on this project of not providing transportation.
My understanding is that the applicant has reached out to both of them. At this point, there's just simply nothing that they're asking, them to do. So like a bus shelter or anything like that, I'll let Mrs. Terrapini speak to that.
Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a document, and this was out of your email to me on December 14th, 2020, and I've made it part of this packet in a recent email as well. If you want to look at that. Do you recall having seen this before?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have anything like that for the two-access scheme?
Not to my knowledge. I haven't seen this regarding two access.
That's for the single access, and the date on it is, it shows
It's 2018,
Yeah,
so
but it's
yes.
actually 2019 because it's a typo by FDOT.
Oh, okay.
So we had gone through that before, and that's their second page. Okay. All right, let me take that. So to the best of your knowledge, we don't have anything, and I'm going to talk about this sequence of emails that Mr. Taylor pointed out was in Appendix G of the TIA, I think, as he described it a little later, and I'm glad Mr. Crosby's here because his name is in those emails as well. Okay. All right. Now, getting back to a comment, and again, it's got to do with this word balance, and I'm going to ask you if you can just repeat what you mean by that. Again, just so we can calibrate my thinking as we go through this a bit.
Sure. So what I am saying is that in applying the comprehensive plan, we have to look at every element, which we have done. We've looked at all the goals, objectives, and policies. There are going to be competing I can't imagine a project that wouldn't have competing policies in the comprehensive plan, whereby you may not be able to 100% meet the litmus of the literal interpretation of a policy. So what I think my job is to do is to bring balance to that review. And I have called that out in the policy review that we did. I've identified those policies that I think are of concern and where I think those stand. But on balance, after reviewing all the information, I think that this project is consistent with our comprehensive plan and our land development code. Is that, okay?
I understand,
Okay.
okay. So let me ask you this. You kind of look at things on balance and you weigh one policy against the other, and maybe not one complies completely, but, it's offset by some of these others.
A mitigating circumstance,
Okay,
yes.
and at some point, you're gonna provide us with a balanced test. In other words, what in your mind would be satisfactory that this balance applies to that and makes it okay?
I don't think there's a bright line about
Let me-
balancing,
well,
so.
let me simplify this. Is there anything in the comprehensive plan that is not a balance, but it's an absolute? What about safety? Are you willing to balance safety? Public safety?
No, I don't think you would balance public safety. I think the board's gonna have to decide, is that a safe entrance?
Right, exactly. That's our call.
Yeah, I'm not judging public safety on this right now.
Okay, no, that's fair enough, and you're not an expert on that either, so. So you would agree that the project should not be approved unless we know it's safe?
I think as a board, I think you have to have enough evidence in your mind that, yes, that it's a safe project.
Okay, so can you tell me where the connection is between public safety and the land development code? And the comprehensive plan?
Public safety is cited throughout. Public health, safety, and welfare, is a general policy that you'll find in every land development code and every comprehensive plan. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to accept that. I do know where it is, so I'm not going to go through those questions.
I don't know
Okay.
yeah.
But thank you for
Yeah.
that. Okay. All right. So dispensing with everything, I was going to go through with actually showing where safety was throughout the LDC, the Land Development Code, and the comp plan. I'm just going to go to that we should promote safety, and that's in the Land Development Code. In fact, I can kind of actually cite that. And then in the comp plan in 1.1.2, it actually says that whatever land use regulations we do amend, or land development code that we amend, and the land use regulations are a part of that, and we're amending the land use regulation. We're amending the zoning map as part of this process, that we need to ensure the health, welfare, and safety of the residents at the same time. In other words, whatever we do, it needs to still ensure the safety of the residents. Okay. So I'm just going to ask you, but I know you're going to defer to Mrs. Hess. Ms. Hess, okay. Is the access management scheme safe?
And I definitely have to defer that to our engineers.
Thank you, Ms. Vincent. That's all I have right now. Mr. Trask, I do have a question. Can I ask Ms. Vincent additional questions after Ms. Hess is done at a later time?
So the answer to the question is yes. If you want to call her, have her be called back as a witness, then we'll bring her back up.
Thank you.
So we want all questions answered. So, okay. So Renee, don't sit down just yet. Okay. So now is the opportunity for Mr. Armstrong to ask you cross-examination questions, followed by Ms. Graham. Any questions, Mr. Armstrong?
Yes, sir.
And
Good evening again. I'm Ed Armstrong. Renee, I'm going to start out just on a housekeeping matter. Can you please tell us your background and qualifications that make you an expert in the field of land use planning?
It's hard to hear you. Can you get closer to the microphone? And then can we put Renee at another microphone at all? Is that something that we're going to have issues with, Tom?
Is this better?
That's a lot better, yeah.
Thank you. I can
so
take care of that.
Renee, why don't you step back here, And use this microphone here, have some separation. If you want to sit down.
You have notes and other materials here, Renee? Do you
Yeah,
want-
let me pick those up.
Thank you. I repeat, the first question is, can you just summarize your background, training, education? What is it that makes you an expert in the field of land use planning?
I have a master's degree in urban and regional planning from Virginia Polytechnic Institute. That was from 1995. Since then, I have held professional planning positions virtually, since 1996 with my first job with the city of Peoria, Illinois. I came to this, I actually served a stint as a county administrator in my hometown, and then I came to the city of Tarpon Springs. I was here for 12 years as the planning director. Then I transitioned to Pinellas County. I was there for 6 years. I worked in community development and housing, ultimately became the planning director there for 3 years before returning to the city of Tarpon as the planning director here. So I have extensive experience as a manager and director in the field of planning.
Thank you. I'm going to touch on some of the things that were the subject of the prior discussion. There was a reference to the Anclote Watershed Management Plan. Are you familiar with that document?
I am.
What's the status of that document in terms of, has it been adopted or not?
To my knowledge, it has not been adopted. It's just been, it was completed in February, and it's an available document, but I don't think there's a regulatory status associated with it.
And who performed the study?
It was a combination of Pinellas County in partnership with Tarpon Springs. I'm not sure who else participated in it.
Okay, so just to put a fine point on it, does it have any legal effect in Tarpon Springs when we evaluate these applications?
To my knowledge, no. At this point, it's a publicly available document. We did reference it because we thought there were some best management practices that this project could benefit from if they would incorporate them, and that's why we asked it to be reviewed.
A question to Mr. Trask. There have been documents that were talked about in this last exchange between Commissioner Vatikotis and Ms. Vincent, and I'm going to object to some of those documents. I'd like to do it at this point in time.
Okay, well, the mayor will make those determinations. So, Mayor, we're going to need your help on this. So what is your objection?
Is to the references to the Kelly Levy exchanges, the exchange, the information from the emergency management, and the Lisa Foster related correspondence. And those are what I'm objecting to as not being competent substantial evidence. I'd like to make my argument as to why I believe that to be true.
Would you please do that? Let us know.
Okay, thank you. The first document I'm objecting to is the discussion between, in writing, correspondence between Kelly Hammer Levy of Pinellas County Government and Ms. Vincent. And this takes us back to when there was a lot of discussion about whether or not to open up Hayes Road as an alternative access point. And Hayes Road is a county right-of-way. So understandably, Ms. Vincent wrote down to Pinellas County, and Kelly Levy, the Public Works Director, ended up responding. It is a county right-of-way. And in that letter to Ms. Vincent, stated July 13th of 2021, Ms. Levy had multiple comments and some references in here to the existing circumstances of the property with respect to coastal hazard area, floodplain, sea level rise, king tide, and things of that nature. And then later on October 12th of this year, Ms. Levy sends the following correspondence to Ms. Vincent. Dear Renee, I would like to clarify the intended scope of my attached July 13th letter to you, the letter. The letter was intended to provide a preliminary courtesy review of the June 21 preliminary engineering report, PER, on the feasibility of constructing Hayes Road. Hayes Road is identified in the PER as the project location. This is the important part. The letter does not include a review of the associated proposed 404 apartment unit project complex, better known as the Anclote Harbor project, as identified in the PER as the proposed development area. If you have any questions, please let me know. So, two important things. Kelly Levy is not here. I would like to cross-examine Ms. Levy. I can't. She's not here. Moreover, by her very own words, she says, the letter does not include a review of the associated project. She never looked at it. How can it rise to the level of competent substantial evidence? It's not. It should be given no weight. Would you like to move on to the next letter, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Yes. This is a letter received by Ms. Vincent on October 21st of this year. It's entitled From Emergency Management. And I guess this was prompted by Renee sending a letter to Emergency Management asking for input, county input on certain issues. And the first thing that jumps out at you is that it's an unsigned letter. There's no person, there's no title, there's no credentials. But whoever wrote it, and whatever their credentials are, I want to cross-examine them. I can't because they're not here. And we don't know who they are. And they go on with a whole bunch of stuff, but it simply doesn't matter. It is not competent substantial evidence. The third document I'm going to object to is a memo. This is an additional memo from Pinellas County, and this is for Public Works, Lisa Foster, specifically to Joe Borries. And my recollection was it was dated yesterday. And it talks about, again, the existing conditions on the site. Which I don't know there's a lot of debate about what the existing condition is, but I'd like to cross-examine Ms. Foster. She's not here. I can't do it. But equally important, if not more important, is the following email sent to Renee today by Brendan McKessie, who's one of the assistant county attorneys. And that's sent by Lisa Foster. I'd like to read it to you. It's short. Hi, Brendan. Attached is a copy of my memo to Emergency Management. To clarify, I have not reviewed, nor have I been asked to review, any proposed stormwater management or environmental mitigation plans related to the proposed Anclote Harbor development. The scope of my memo was limited to existing site conditions as relate to current and future tidal and coastal flooding and the floodplain impact on major roads in the area for emergency management to use to assess preparation, response, and recovery needs. If a stormwater review is also needed, please have the inquirer provide the documents for review. Let me know if you need anything else, Lisa. Again, the important part there, she hasn't reviewed our stormwater plans. She hasn't reviewed our mitigation plans. I can't cross-examine her. This is not competent substantial evidence. It should be given no weight in the commission's deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trask, I'm going to need your help here. We have 4 different memos that Mr. Armstrong is objecting to.
I've got 5 written down. And so we've got one from Kelly Hammer Levy on July 13th, another one from her on October the 12th, 2021. That's 2. Emergency management letter of October 21. That's 3. memo from the Public Works, Lisa Foster, of, I believe it was October 25th, and then a letter from the county attorney, Brendan McKessie, on, I think today. So I've got 5 there. So you have to decide whether or not that you're going to sustain the objection, which means that those items will not be considered by the commission in their deliberations today, or you're going to overrule the objection, which basically allows you or in the commission to consider them in the deliberations. But you have to make that decision. So sustained is don't consider it. Overruled means you will consider it.
Mr. Trask, I don't like to do them all as a package deal. I like to do one at a time.
Yes, sir. So the first one then is Kelly Hammer Levy, letter dated July 13th, 2021.
City Attorney, for the record, Concerned Citizens objects to Ed Armstrong's motion to strike. We will speak about this during our presentation. And we maintain that these are documents that are signed on Pinellas County official letterhead. They are self-authenticating. They are government documents.
The problem with the letter from emergency management is it was not signed. We have no idea what the credentials are of the individual who apparently mailed it in. That's a fatal flaw. We don't know who wrote the letter or their credentials, nor can we cross-examine them.
So back to the letter then, we've heard the objections, we've heard the response from concerned citizens. Now it's time for you to make a decision, Mayor. I would remind you about a couple different things. When we talk about competent substantial evidence, and I just want to read some of the information from a Supreme Court case that talks about that. First of all, competent means evidence that is relied upon, sustained. The ultimate finding should be sufficiently relevant and material, and that a reasonable mind would accept it as adequate to support the conclusion reached. That's what the definition of competent in the case of DeGroot versus Sheffield. So it has to be something that is relevant and material that a reasonable mind would accept as adequate to support the conclusion reached. Substantial evidence has been described as such evidence that will establish a substantial basis of fact from which the fact at issue can be reasonably inferred. In other words, such relevant evidence as a reasonable mind would accept as adequate to support the conclusion. Those are the arguments that Mr. Armstrong is making is that, first of all, a due process argument. You can't cross-examine. And then I think he's also arguing that it's not relevant or material because of the fact that it does not address this particular application. So, Mayor, we need to go through each one of these then. So the Kelly Hammer Levy letter, July 13th, 2021. Are you going to sustain that objection and not allow it?
And I apologize. I want to just make this clear. We maintain our objection. Concerned citizens actually received a records request from Pinellas County with a number of emails between Mr. Ed Armstrong and Brendan McKessie as to these specific documents. We are going to show them during our presentation to speak to the relevance and credibility of some of these slightly the retraction letters, the subsequent letter from Kelly Hammer Levy and the subsequent email sent today from Miss Lisa Foster. I thought we were going to hold off, but if you're going to make a ruling right now, we would like to walk you through these emails and submit them into the record.
Mr. Trask, those letters that we got are from Pinellas County, and they are official letters. We shall accept those, and we shall overrule Mr. Armstrong.
Okay, that's with regard to all 5 items?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. So, Mr. Armstrong, do you have any other cross-examination questions for Ms. Vincent? You do? Okay.
I'd like to talk about shelter space for a couple moments. The city of Tarpon Springs has an ordinance that deals with shelter space. And
Can you speak into the microphone, please? It's hard to hear you when you turn around.
Thank you. Does Tarpon Springs have a regulatory framework for judging the appropriate level of shelter space and availability or deficits?
We have a methodology in our land development code for determining if adequate shelter space is available.
Mm-hmm. And what did you find in the instance of the applications before you?
The applicant has submitted analysis that complies with that methodology and shows that acceptable shelter space is available.
Mm-hmm. And Pinellas County government, they're not the ones who decide what's an appropriate level of shelter space, are they?
They look at shelter space from a countywide perspective. We have our local ordinance that we have to follow for what analysis we want to make that determination.
And that ordinance is what governs these applications?
Yes.
I want to talk for you a moment about development within a coastal high hazard area. I mean, there seems to be an impression that's just a horrible thing. Tarpon Springs does allow development in a coastal high hazard area.
It does.
Mm-hmm. Just out of curiosity, because people always look to Pinellas County on this, I'm not sure why, but Pinellas County, you were the planning director there for a period of time, were you not?
Yes.
Does Pinellas County allow development in a coastal high hazard area?
Yes.
Is it true that?
Mr. Armstrong, would you please turn yourself where you can be facing the microphone?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Is it true that in Pinellas County that under their comprehensive plan that a land use map amendment, which is not what we're asking for here, would be allowed to build up to 5 units per acre in a coastal hazard area? Is that correct?
Generally, yes, that's a policy in their comprehensive plan.
Okay. But to be fair, these issues are all governed by municipal home rule and the comprehensive plan and the land development code here in Tarpon Springs. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Graham, do you have any cross-examination questions for Ms. Vincent?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Ms. Vincent. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You were talking about the term on balance, which you had used a number of times in your comprehensive plan evaluation, and actually in your reply to Commissioner Vaticiotis, you had said, "You may not meet the litmus of literal interpretation of policy." That, are you saying that you look to the intent of the comprehensive plan?
Yeah, you look at the intent of the goals, objectives, and policies.
Okay, and just to go back, as far as the term on balance, that's not defined in the comprehensive plan or any land development regulation.
It is not.
Okay. The map that you had shown that superimposed sea level rise, you made that map, right?
I did.
Okay. And that shows future sea level rise. It doesn't show it has no overlay of current storm surge potential. Is that right?
No, it's not a storm surge map. It was just to show sea level rise.
Okay. And so, for example, it wouldn't tell a story of during a tropical storm what the flooding would look like on the property.
No, no, it does not.
Okay. And you reviewed the Pinellas Emergency Management Review.
I read what they submitted, yes.
And and from your expert opinion, I mean, you worked in Pinellas County. Does it change anything about your opinion on this project?
No, it doesn't. They confirmed that the analysis that was performed that's required under our land development code was correct. All of the overlays that they did, which were similar to what I produced, doesn't take into consideration the built site. They're looking at impacts over the site as it is today. So I take that with a grain of salt. Our stormwater engineer of record is here and can speak more to how the site would function from a stormwater perspective, from sea level rise, and things of that nature. So,
Okay.
no,
I look
their analysis did not change my opinion or my recommendation.
Okay, I look forward to speaking with him. Now, you had mentioned the spreadsheets that you had put together for the comprehensive plan evaluation, and I must say you have amazing vision, because for the coastal element, the size of the font was 3-point font.
The formatting on them left a lot to be desired. I
Yeah,
admitted
so it was
that.
a little hard for us to read. But that said, so I wanted to ask you about a couple of the recommendations and things. So, for example, under the coastal element, 3.1.2 restricts public investments such as roads, water, and sewer infrastructure, which would subsidize new private development in the coastal high hazard area. You had written, developer is extending sewer and reclaimed water at their expense. Long-term maintenance will become the responsibility of the city. Consider requiring construction methods to ensure a minimum 50-year lifespan for utilities that will be dedicated to the city and taking into consideration projected. So you say consider requiring, you say long-term maintenance will become the responsibility of the city. Does that not conflict with this element that says that that's a public investment subsidizing new private development?
I believe that the initial investment of extending water, sewer, roads, whatever, is the intent of that policy. Clearly, that's a decision that the board's going to have to decide as to whether or not, it doesn't say and maintenance. It says expansion of infrastructure. I called it out because it is a question mark, but it doesn't say maintenance. It's not included in the language.
It does say subsidize, though. So you don't have an answer to that? It says subsidize.
That's a decision for the board to make.
Okay. And to clarify, we are introducing population into the coastal high hazard area, residential population.
There is residential density available on the site.
It's 440 units, where it's estimated that there are over 1,000 people that will live there. Right?
I mean, yeah, very cut and dry. You are allowing, if the project is approved, people to live in the coastal high hazard area, just like you have all over Tarpon Springs.
Ask her if the majority of the residents aren't coming from the conditional use.
Wait, no.
It's not that.
Okay. Going to the transportation mobility plan, there's this section of the Land Development Code. Where is it? Well, it's under 122. I can't find it right now, but it speaks to the fact that if you have an additional 51 to 300 road trips in a new development, you want it to have fewer car trips. That's correct? Now, you had mentioned that those...
No, I don't know what you just said. You're talking about the mobility management section of the Land Development Code and the threshold for the requirement for a transportation management plan, which the intent is to hopefully reduce to introduce strategies to reduce external trips onto the roadway.
That's right. So those bike shares and the amenities that you mentioned, did you quantify how many trips will actually be reduced?
No.
No. So there's no quantification of that?
There's no mathematical quantification of what those may produce in terms of trip reduction.
Do you have any sense at all as far as roughly percentage, what kind of impact that will have in reality?
I would have to defer that to our transportation management specialist or engineer. What I will say for the record is that there are a whole list of things that are accepted in the Land Development Code as reduction strategies, and they are implementing many of those reduction strategies.
But those don't have a specific quantification.
They do not,
Okay.
nor does the Pinellas County's ordinance.
And so it would be up to the commission to really weigh the transportation management plan and be able to say whether, looking at that, whether they would determine if it's sufficient.
Yes, but I do also want to talk a little bit about, when the mobility management plan segment of the code was adopted, it was in response to, the state legislature. And so I want to read this. It's that, if a local government, and this is from Florida Statutes 163-3180, which is the concurrency section. If a local government elects to repeal transportation concurrency, it is encouraged to adopt an alternative mobility funding system. Alternative mobility funding system adopted may not be any alternative mobility funding system. And let me back up. We have a countywide mobility management system where an impact fee is charged per trip for development. And the state statute says any alternative mobility funding system adopted may not be used to deny, time, or phase an application for site plan approval, plat approval, final subdivision approval, building permits, or the functional equivalent of such approvals, provided that the developer agrees to pay for the development's identified transportation impacts via the funding mechanism implemented by the local government. That's what we have in Pinellas County on a countywide system. So yes, you need to do a transportation management plan, and you need to implement strategies from that list or others to reduce trips, but it's not quantified.
Right. So ultimately, it is the decision of the commission to determine whether they believe it's reasonable and there's a sufficient nexus to it.
Ultimately, everything is at the decision of the board tonight.
Okay. So one last point of clarification and a question for you. Well, actually, sorry, one more. The floodplain manager for the city is here tonight, and I will be able to ask her questions?
They are here, yes.
Okay. Now, in some of the TRC comments, this was dating back in, I believe, August, there was some discussion of removing Building 3 to protect pines. Is that correct?
There was a suggestion that we made as a potential way to preserve more of the property than was already being proposed.
Okay, and you would say that that would be a superior alternative?
I think it's a trade-off. So you'd have to have additional building height to, we didn't talk about reducing the number of units. We talked about, the potential of allowing additional building height to potentially reduce a building so that you could provide for more, but it's not required. It was a suggestion to enhance the project that staff recommended at one point in time.
And you didn't ask them to reduce the building height or number of units?
No, we didn't ask them to reduce the number of units. We asked them to consider asking for a consideration to increase building height to reduce one of the buildings if necessary. So take the units from one building and add a floor or two floors or whatever might be necessary so that they maintain the number of units that they want. But you would potentially reduce impacts on some of the land. You could have a bigger set aside for recreation or preservation.
You would say that the pines are a significant feature?
Our comp plan identifies significant upland habitat as pines, xeric oak. It's defined, and so approximately, I think like 30 acres of the site is identified by their biologist as significant upland habitat.
Okay. All right, no further questions. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Thank you. Renee, now, do you have any other witnesses that you're going to bring forward? I saw the transportation, there was a question about transportation, there was a question about another matter too, the FDOT person.
So yeah, we have, Ray Page is our utility superintendent, so if there are any questions about the extension of the sewer line or level of service capacities for water or sewer, Ray Page would be the individual to ask that. Kevin Powell is here as the building official and representing floodplain management. Shannon Brewer is our city arborist. Is Shannon here? Yep. Okay, she's raising her hand. So if you have questions about trees or anything of that nature, that would be Shannon. We have Tom Funchen and Anthony Manello here, but really Rick Aguirre from Burgess and Nyepel, who is our stormwater engineer of record, is here to answer anything regarding the site construction details, sea level rise, impacts, things of that nature. I think is Brian Anderson here as well? He's not. Okay, so it's just Rick Aguirre. Rick Kinney is here from the fire department. Beth Hughes, is Beth here? Beth is here from code enforcement. And then we have Linda Hess and Jeff Novotny, who are our transportation consultants on the project. And I think you already know, they're not our witness. The FDOT gentleman is here as a neutral party to answer questions.
Okay, I'm going to move to the commission then. Instead of having each one of these people come up to the podium, are there any of these individuals that have been listed by Ms. Vincent that you have specific questions for? And if so, we'll call them up one by one.
Yes, the transportation expert.
Okay, so we'll start with that one. And if that person, okay, I see two people coming up. You were both sworn in earlier? Okay, and if you could state your names, please.
Linda Hess with American Consulting.
And Jeffrey Novotny with American Consulting. We're both Florida licensed professional engineers.
Okay, Mayor, now's your time to ask the question.
Thank you. Does the new traffic study has the same results as the last traffic study that we had during the COVID-19 period? And also, if you please explain the CAP study.
Yes, so the study was actually updated with new traffic counts, and the analysis was reran with those new existing traffic counts. The trip generation volumes were the same, and the conclusions and results were also the same.
Okay. Can you tell us what they are?
Yes. So the report indicated the number of trips that are going to be generated on the site. So we have the AM and PM peak hour trips. It also discusses the trip generation from the different directions that the trips are coming from along US 19 and the entire study area, which is extended from Beckett Way to Klosterman Road and also includes all US 19. The study also discusses the access management and the driveways for the site. There's a lot in this traffic report. The report also documents the background traffic volumes that are going to be on the roadway network, which they used a 2% growth rate for that. The study also discusses the amount of parking that will be provided on site, the multimodal analysis that was completed. It also slightly discusses the transportation management strategies and that a transportation management plan will be provided. And then it goes into the conclusions. And I can summarize for you. So the conclusion of the study outlines the management strategies improvements, which are the intensity reduction, the density reduction, the access management strategies, the demand management commuter assistance, the bicycle pedestrian improvements, and the livable community site design features. It also documents the discussions that have been completed with FDOT regarding the median openings along US 19. And the anticipated level of service at the intersections for the study area. A separate study was also provided for the gap analysis on US 19 for the 2 median openings and the 2 driveways. A 7-second gap was used in that analysis, and the gap study found that there were an adequate number of gaps during the peak periods for the amount of projected trips to the site.
Can you please explain what is the gap?
Oh, what is a
How long
gap?
does it take to cross those lanes? And
Okay, so a gap is,
just for the benefit of the audience. Yes, please explain that.
so a gap is quantified from the end of one vehicle. So gaps are measured in seconds, and it's the amount of time the end of one vehicle crosses a point to the time the front of another vehicle crosses that same location. So that would be your gap in traffic, that amount of time from the end of one vehicle to the front of a new vehicle.
And that was the same in AM and PM? It was sufficient?
Yes, there were sufficient gaps found.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I have more questions to ask you.
Okay.
Theoretically, the development will generate 145 vehicle trips in AM and 178 trips in PM, in and out of the property. How many vehicle trips can you mitigate with the strategies that you mentioned earlier?
So the transportation management plan lists strategies, and the strategies don't have a quantifiable number of trips associated with them. They are qualitative strategies that are used to reduce vehicle trips. There are no quantitative values assigned to them.
So the best that you can say is that it's going to help, but we don't know how much.
Correct.
Thank you. The second proposed access on US 19 into the property, is that a requirement of our development code, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What is the required distance between the 2 access points?
Based on US 19's access management classification, driveways need a spacing of 660 feet.
And what's the distance that we have
The
on these plans?
The proposed distance is 600 feet.
So does that qualify it?
It will need a design variation from FDOT, because FDOT is the maintaining agency for US 19.
Is this an application that we have to submit? I mean, the applicant has to submit, or that's, tell us about the process of how to get that.
The applicant would submit a permit application to FDOT, where FDOT would then also review the gap study and any other studies that are required. And FDOT is also here to
Okay.
answer that question.
Does the applicant has an approval on that already, or is something that he
The
has to get?
studies that were provided show correspondence with FDOT, and it looked like preliminary. See if I can find the actual letter in the appendices. There is a pre-application review, yes, that had conditions and considerations attached to it. I believe the applicant would be able to answer that question, but from the information provided in the study, there is coordination going on with FDOT.
Can you tell me what happens if the applicant doesn't get the approval?
That's, I do do not know. I would have to defer that question to FDOT.
Did they have, okay. Mr. Trask, is that fair to ask Mr. Crosby to answer that question?
I'm sorry, to ask the question to the FDOT?
Yes.
We'll do that once we finish, so,
We just don't want to miss the,
I
wanna
get it.
forget what we're
Yeah,
talking about.
but we'll be up and down, so,
Reason for that is we're still talking traffic.
I understand. One witness at a time is what we've normally done, so we'll come back to that, Mayor.
Okay.
I'll make a note of it.
All right. That's all I have, thank you.
Any other, yes, Vice Mayor, you have questions of this witness?
Yeah, a couple quick ones. From your opinion, is it safer one entrance or two entrances, or is that something you can make an opinion on? And if you don't feel comfortable making an opinion, I'm fine with that too.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion.
Okay. Emergency evacuations, one entrance or two entrance, you think would be better? Do you have an opinion on that?
I would say 2 entrances.
All right. Do you believe that the plan that's proposed is safe?
I believe that the proposed plan is a safer design than what could be approved. So it is proposing the offset medians and also right-in, right-out driveways instead of a full median access, which eliminates left turn movements, and left turn conflicts usually result in more severe crashes. So the proposed access to the site is a safer design, yes.
Do you have a suggestion on what a even more safe or safer design could be in this situation?
No.
Okay. What part of the area do you guys cover? Do you guys cover Tampa Bay as a whole or Florida as a whole?
Florida as a whole.
Florida, okay. Do you see this type of design on US 19 and other places or other areas of heavily dense population with lots of traffic?
Yes, we work in District 7 here in the state of Florida.
I don't know
And
what
we've
District 7 is, I'm
we've-
sorry.
Yes, we've seen the offset U-turns as a safer option.
Okay.
And in these types of areas.
So it's used, you see it being used in the area, potentially on US 19 as well, and you see it as a recommended source of safe transportation then?
Yes.
Okay. The gap study of 7 seconds, do you believe that's a sufficient gap to measure? How long would I expect to get across so if I'm trying to drive from like the entrance, and again, if you don't know this answer, that's fine too. But if I'm leaving the entrance of, let's say, Publix and Tarpon Springs, I'm trying to get across 19 of 3 or 4 lanes to the median, how long would I expect that to take? I'm assuming it would be shorter than 7 seconds.
There are tables that are provided in traffic engineering manuals for gap studies that make these recommendations for gapped acceptance. And the first gap study that was submitted to the city had a 5-second gap, and we asked the applicant to extend that to 7 seconds.
Okay. So 7 seconds is plenty enough time to get across 4 lanes of traffic then?
For this study, we found it sufficient, yes.
Okay. In the study, did it talk about the longest gap? Like 7 seconds is the gap, but I mean, did we have a 1.5-minute gap? Did we have, was that studied? Obviously in the middle of the night, that's a different story, but I'm just curious, was that something that was called out?
Yes, there were longer gaps that were observed.
Okay. And then from your opinion, there's different types of, there's a number of trips that a multifamily or apartment complex would generate. Are you familiar with what a residential property, just single family would, or like a commercial property? How does your opinion fall on that? Does an apartment complex generate less or more trips than a, let's say, single family, and then also a commercial or mixed use piece of property?
I would have to refer to the ITE trip generation tables based on land use and what they state. And the multifamily does generate less trips than a commercial land use.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Donovan, do you have questions of this section?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Thank you guys for being here. Did you compare this to any other entrance or exits in the Tarpon Springs area, like Riverwatch or Brittany Park, or anything else along US 19?
No, not specifically.
Okay. And can you envision any safer process of using the two access points? For example, would it be like one is just an exit, one is just an entrance, or something along those lines?
No.
And can you provide some additional details as to what the medians will look like? I know you touched briefly on how those are going to help reduce potential impacts or accidents. Could you go on into that a little bit more detailed?
Specifically, like the turn lanes that are provided for the U-turns, the spacing between the two median accesses.
Both.
So I believe the sketch that was provided from the applicant shows, I want to say 900 feet between the two accesses. It was 900. And then both U-turns do have a lane for queuing in order for the turns, for the vehicles to make the U-turn movements.
Okay. And do we know how many vehicles could fit in that queue?
A rule of thumb is to take a vehicle length of 25 feet. So, if you had a 350-foot turn lane divided by 25, 6, 7, 8 vehicles.
Okay. And then you mentioned some of the transportation management strategies like intensity reduction. Could you touch on what that is?
Yes. So the intensity reduction is regarding the number of project trips generated. So it was compared to the 50,000 square foot retail and 100,000 square foot office development would generate approximately 300% more trips than the proposed land use.
Okay. And then my last question, something that the concerned citizens bring up in their report later on is the difference between available gaps and accepted gaps. Do you know what those are referring to in terms of the difference between available and accepted?
Yes. So. The accepted gaps would be based on a real-world experience. So since the site isn't technically developed, you can't calculate the acceptable gap. So if the site was there and the U-turn lanes were in place and you could go out there at an existing condition, you would be able to calculate the accepted gap.
Okay. So without a property actually existing, acceptable gaps cannot be calculated?
Right, you do the available gap, and those are based on the tables.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Commissioner Vaticatos, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Trask. Good evening, Ms. Hess.
Good evening.
Sir, may I get your name again?
Sure. Jeff Novotny.
Navani?
Yes.
Navani. Thank you, Mr. Navani. You're a traffic engineer, and who are you with?
I'm with American Consulting Engineers.
They're both,
as well.
okay. Yeah, and you're both PEs.
We're both Florida
Okay.
PEs, yes.
Thank you. I'm going to ask both of y'all, but Ms. Hess, most of this is going to be stemming from the P&Z meeting, so Mr. Navani, you jump in there if there's something that you can offer. I don't know whose boss is who or whatever, but I suspect it's something like that. But tonight, you're both PEs. You're under oath. I know your actions are governed by the Florida Administrative Code and also Florida statute. I was a PE at one time, so I would like engineering answers, and if you give me your opinion, I'm going to ask you to substantiate it with the results of engineering analyses, statistics, or facts on that topic. And if you don't know, it's okay to state you don't know. I believe there's now been a total of 8 technical review committee meetings on this project. And Ms. Hess, I know I've seen your name often before associated with the review comments of these reports. How many of those did you attend, either in person or virtually?
The technical review committee
Yes,
meetings?
where they get together and they ask the applicant questions, who's here. It's basically the staff.
I had separate meetings with the applicant regarding the traffic studies, so I wasn't involved in any of the traffic
Okay.
and TRC meetings.
That's good enough, but on each of, just not necessarily timed to any of the technical review committee schedules, but just whenever there was an issue or question or something that you had to get information on?
When we reviewed the studies.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, if I need more information, I'll ask Ms. Vincent to find that out for me. So, thank you. Now, you answered the P&Z Board's question of whether the access management scheme, the two-access management scheme was safe. You asked, was it safe? And you stated it was safer. Not safe, but safer than another type of access scheme, I believe a full median cut. And I think you repeated that tonight. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Why safer? Why not safe? Mr. Taylor from Kimley Horn, who's also a PE, stated that evening that it was safe, categorically as well, so he didn't place any conditions on it. So is this safe, or is it not, or is it just safer, and if you don't know, it's okay?
I think as transportation engineers, we design and engineer roadways in order to be as safe as possible. And in my opinion, these driveway and access management is safe.
Safe?
Yes.
Okay. So let me go ahead and ask you, is it the safest? Okay, it's safe. So from your experience, can you tell me whether, well, let me ask you this. In your traffic engineering discipline and experience, are you familiar with the Vision Zero safety methodology?
Yes.
I think in Florida it's referred to as the Florida Strategic Safety Plan.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said it was safe, and from your experience, can you tell me in your meetings with the applicant whether there's a safety methodology level analysis that was applied to this access management plan? For example, were driver behavior, local crash statistics, comparisons to other similar nearby projects, conflict points looked at for the purpose of safety enhancements in the two-access scheme?
Yes, conflict points were looked at.
How about all the other stuff?
Can you list them again?
Driver behavior,
Driver behavior was not specifically looked at.
okay. Local crash statistics,
I have received crash data, but crash history on US 19 is not provided in the study.
okay. Comparisons to other similar nearby projects to see how a two-access management scheme, access management scheme would work there.
That was also not provided in the study.
Okay, do you know if there is one?
If there
If there
are,
is one nearby?
I'm not aware.
Okay. But the conflict points were looked at, okay.
Correct.
Now, would you, again, consider the design that you were presented a nominal design? In other words, it meets FDOT's minimum design standards, except that it doesn't, since a waiver was requested to reduce the separation distance to 600 feet? I mean, is this the minimal that they would have to do?
I don't know. I wouldn't say it's the minimum. I don't think that's an accurate statement.
For example?
I think they're meeting requirements.
They're
set by
meeting
the-
requirements,
Yes, they're
right.
meeting requirements.
But what about any enhancements that may be as a result of this Vision Zero safety methodology or any other kind of safety methodology?
So traditional design characteristics that are added to improve safety, such as high emphasis crosswalks, that, you know, have crash modification factors assigned to them have been implemented in the design that I've seen for the site,
Where's the crosswalks?
the driveways.
Right, the driveway, okay. All right. So let me just summarize. In your opinion, you're stating it's safe. And I want you to back that up with some data and statistics. Do you have anything with you this evening? Now, you're a PE. I'd like for you to back up your statement that it's safe. What do you base that on?
I base it on less conflict points than a full median access opening.
And you're claiming that's all that's needed to make it safe.
I'm not claiming that's all that's needed. I'm claiming that having offset median U-turns and a right-in, right-out driveway will eliminate left turn crashes. And left turn crashes are crashes that are usually considered, there's a higher cost and usually severity to left turn crashes. So this design doesn't introduce any left turns, which helps the safety. It
Right.
makes it safer. So it's a right-in, right-out driveway. And then on top of that, instead of having a full median access opening at US 19 with a signal, they're proposing the offset left turns, which has a U-turn movement, which again, those U-turn crashes aren't as severe as a left turn crash.
Okay, now, how do you, I won't ask that of you, I'll just let that go at that. So basically, it's your opinion, and you're stating that you're basing your opinion of it being safe based on the reduction in conflict points.
And crash types,
Crash
types
types,
of collision.
okay. All right, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you. So, is it Mr. Crosby? Sir, could you step forward? The mayor has a question for you, and I'm sure the others do too. We appreciate you being here. Thank you. Yeah, you're good to sit down. Appreciate it. And sir, you were sworn in earlier, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We have to give the applicant the right to cross-examine you, and we have to give concerned citizens the right to cross-examine you. I apologize. I'm trying to move ahead too fast. So if you can hang on just a second. Mr. McLaren, are you going to ask questions from there? Maybe we can have...
You want me to ask questions from here?
If you don't mind. Yeah, okay.
You don't need to get up. How about I just hold it? Does that work?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, again, my name is Scott McLaren. Mr. Novotny, Ms. Hess, did I get your names correct? Okay, you are with American Consulting, and you are the transportation consultant for the city of Tarpon Springs, is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, so the city just pays you a fee, an hourly fee, is that right, to do your work in this case, or how does that work?
We're on a contract, yes.
Okay, so they pay you a fee, and you do an analysis to try to determine the relative safety and effectiveness of various transportation improvements. Is that right?
Correct.
And you've done so in this case?
Yes.
And would you get more money or less money if you decided this was safe or unsafe, or is this just completely independent analysis?
This is engineering analysis.
Did anyone influence you to come up with these opinions that you are giving tonight?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. So don't leave just yet. Ms. Graham, do you have any cross-examination of Ms. Hess or Mr. Novotny? I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Ms. Hess and Mr. Novotny. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Just a couple questions for you. Would no development be safer?
It's a relative, I mean, with no development, so you would have less conflict points if there was no driveway.
What about a park? Would that be safer? The type of traffic coming in and out of a park?
It depends on the number of trips. I'm not exactly sure, and then that would increase frequency, but if the park had a right-in, right-out driveway, it would have the same number of conflict points and the same potential for accidents.
But it might have fewer people coming in and out on a regular basis than 404, or than people coming from 404 units. Is that right?
I would need to look at how the park was zoned and also the ITE trip generation for that land use. I cannot answer that question.
Would a grade separator be safer?
As in a bridge?
Yes.
A bridge would eliminate the movements at grade.
Okay.
Correct.
And so is there a reason why you wouldn't say that that would be the safest, and why you wouldn't recommend something like that?
I don't think a bridge would be applicable at this segment for an entrance. I would have to see a concept of what the bridge looks like, how the bridge would connect at US 19, what the ramps would look like, and how it would connect to the existing infrastructure.
Okay. Could a 30-foot vehicle get in and out of the property?
I have not done a turn analysis on the driveway. I'm sure the roadway plans and the FDOT would require that for their permit application.
Okay, so you haven't looked at that. You don't know if that, something of that size could easily get in and out.
No, I have not looked at that.
Okay, well, I mean, would, like a dog leg on the side, would that be helpful for something like that?
Like additional pavement in order for the off-tracking for the vehicle?
Yes.
It depends on the analysis and the type of vehicle.
Okay. And going back to the traffic management plan, you had earlier testified that, these are qualitative, not quantifiable questions as to, the different things within the plan. Is that correct?
Yes, there's quantitative strategies, qualitative strategies.
Okay. No further questions. Oh, actually, hold on one second.
Regarding the park question, if the trip generation was 56 trips per day, would it be safer or not?
If, regarding the park trip generation, if it were 56 trips per day, would that be safer?
So your conflict points would remain the same. Safety is difficult, and as transportation engineers, again, we try to design roadways as safe as possible. There are, different causes for crashes. So if it's a right in, right out, the amount of conflict points would remain the same.
Could you remind me how many trips does this potential project have? It's like 2,000 something?
That's based on the daily amount for the ITE, and then your peak hour trips, where traffic is the highest on US 19, is, I don't have them memorized, it's 145 in the AM peak hour and 178 in the PM peak hour. When we do traffic impact analysis studies, we focus on the peak hours because that is when traffic is the highest on the surrounding roadway network.
And so if there were a park being used on the property, you wouldn't have that type of traffic during peak hours?
It depends on the park. The park also, ITE would have a number of trips specified for the AM and the PM based on that land use.
Do most people go to a park 9 a.m. on a Monday?
If I was retired, I would. It depends. I can't answer that question.
Okay.
In terms of the oversized vehicle, was school bus ever considered?
Yeah, what?
Probably no.
As far as the oversized vehicle, was a school bus ever considered?
I didn't look at, I reviewed the traffic impact study, the gap analysis, and the transportation management plan. I did not review the roadway plans for the driveways. I don't know what the radius is to go in and out. That is something that DOT would look at for their permit application.
Does the city have anyone who would look at that?
So we did receive roadway plans for a quick fatal flaw review for the city, and we did not evaluate the turning radiuses of the driveways for those movements.
Is there a reason why?
DOT would do it for their permit application. It didn't seem to be a fatal flaw, and it appeared to meet FDOT criteria.
And so you haven't looked at school buses and their interaction going in and out of the property?
I personally have not analyzed the turn radius for school buses for those driveways.
Okay, and Mr. Novotny, I assume you haven't either.
That's correct. The applicants could better answer to that with their design.
Okay. All right, no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Crosby, sorry to keep you waiting. If you could state your name, please, and your occupation, your job responsibilities, that would be helpful to start.
Todd Crosby, I'm the FDOT Access Management Engineer for District 7, and I'm a licensed PE.
Okay, Mayor, you had questions?
Thank you. Mr. Crosby, thank you for coming to this meeting tonight to provide us with your input. I have some questions I would like to ask you. Does the applicant has an approval for the second access?
At this time, no.
What's the process of getting one?
They will go through our review, which includes not just the traffic operations section, but all the sections of DOT, maintenance, stormwater, everything. Then once they have satisfied all comments, we will issue a notice of intent. And that notice of intent is good for 1 year. And in that 1 year, they'll apply that they are ready for the actual permit, and we will provide the permit to them.
Okay, where are we at right now? Have they got the letter of intent?
Not that I know of. That comes out of our operations centers. I do not believe we have, as far as the traffic operations side, we have approved all the comments that we have requested from them.
Okay, thank you. In your professional opinion, is it better to have 2 full sites or to have 1 full site and an emergency site?
Concerning the driveways?
Yes, sir.
The original plan that was brought to us only had 1 driveway, and the applicant came back and said that the city was not allowing them a connection into the back, so they asked if they could have a second driveway. We said as long as it meets all our criteria, they could.
Can you tell us what the criteria is?
This is a Class 3 roadway, which is a 660-foot driveway spacing. We are allowed a 10% deviation from that 660 feet, and they are meeting that criteria at 600 feet.
Yeah, thank you. Can you tell me why the restriction of the distance is so important between the 2 sites, between the 2 accesses?
That's based on road classification, which comes out of our central office in Tallahassee. The higher in density, if it's a high-density roadway with a lot of previous development, we have a smaller driveway spacing. It's also based on the speed of the road.
Okay, so if the higher the speed, the more distance you got to have?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now, 45 mile an hour is kind of the tripping point.
Okay.
Anything below or above.
So US 19, it's 55 miles an hour?
That's why it's 660 feet.
260 feet, okay. One question that everybody wants to hear. Are there any plans for improvements on US 19? Not only that section, but everywhere on US 19?
Yes, sir. The bridge, what I call the interstate section of US 19, more south of Pinellas County, that will be extended north. I don't think it's coming all the way. I think it stops at Curlew, which they're gonna raise the through lanes and have frontage roads below.
Okay.
Much like they already have around the southern section of 19. It's a long process. It's based on funds. So I know that section is being designed as we speak.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hang on a second, Mr. Crosby. Other questions, Vice Mayor? Yes.
Yeah, I've got a couple of them. Mr. Crosby, thanks for being here tonight. I asked this of Ms. Hess, is this type of entrance, exit, cut in the median something that you see on 19 and other places?
Yes, US 19 has directional median openings, and if we were to change into a full median opening, it would kind of violate driver's expectancy, which would lead to more crashes. And as the transportation engineer said, you know, with a left turn movement and left turn crashes, there are a higher percentage of fatal crashes with the left turn movement.
So left turn is you leave the exit of the site and you go left across 19 onto open median and you
Right.
shoot south.
You go straight across, and that leads into more of what I call T-bone crashes,
Okay.
which are more likely to be fatal.
We don't really have a lot of those in Pinellas County anymore, right? North Pinellas at least, on 19?
I wouldn't say we don't have any, but we've reduced them with the amount of directional medians that we've put in.
Okay. How many accidents have to happen, like at a U-turn on a road before they close the U-turn down? On average.
Well, if they're minor crashes and non-incapacitating, we don't really count numbers, but if we start getting fatalities, once we get one or two, we start looking at what's the cause of it, and then if it continues, we will close the medians down.
So when a planning applicant or planning is being done on 19, is it proactively evaluating, saying, is this going to be a dangerous U-turn? Or, I mean, to me, I don't want to have to say, well, we had to have two lives killed before we make a change or we make an approval or it's something along those lines
Right.
on US 19. So that's what I want to avoid.
Right, but we go based on studies that we have of the types of intersections we design as being the safest. I think Commissioner
Costa.
he asked for percentages, and a U-turn median cut is 18%, reduces the crash rate 18% and reduces fatalities by 27%.
Okay.
Based from a full median direct access.
So am I understanding that there's really, I mean, if there's some inevitable risk, if anything, if you're on the road, there's a risk, right?
Yes, sir.
So you can't, how do you define safety? Safety is no accident, no death, no injury.
Right, and you know, the department is trying to, that's our mission, to have 0 fatalities. You know, it's a slow process, but we're trying to go that direction.
Okay. Question for this, do you feel that the proposed 2 entrance and exits would be a safe design?
Yes, because now you're taking the amount of traffic from one driveway and then queuing up, and people being impatient, and putting them in 2 where the queues are not as long and the patients wouldn't run as thin.
So you're saying that the driver may take a less risk if they're not waiting as long in the queue?
Yes.
Did I understand that? Okay. And you mentioned that there's a 10% deviation. So it's 660 feet. They're proposing at 600 feet, so that's the 10%, right?
Right. That's as much as our staff level we can go as a deviation. After that, they have to go to our Access Management Review Committee.
Okay. So just out of curiosity, I mean, look, I'm looking at like other areas just south of this property. There's a lot of accesses that are within 600 feet. So there's multiple property ownerships. Is that something that will impact that if one property is owned by a different owner that could impact it, or is it just an old development, that's why it's only 50 feet or 75 feet between
Right.
accesses?
As, it's a slow process because the access management code was written after, these developments were in place. And so as developments redevelop, we either take driveways away or we have them do shared driveways with neighbors to reduce the number of driveways along the state highway.
Okay, that makes sense. Did I understand correctly, in your opinion, 2 entrances or exits would be safer than 1 because of the backup or the queuing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Out of curiosity, again, just south of this property, there's a commercial property that the city approved just south of Spruce not too long ago, and there's one right-in, right-out entrance, and there's only one right-in entrance. It looks definitely within 600 feet. So I'm assuming if it goes to the board of FDOT or whoever, and they decide that they cannot get the entrance, could there just be a right-in as one of the entrances and not an exit? Would that be a way to solve it? Or would it be an emergency case only, or how would FDOT look at that if they decided they didn't meet the criteria?
Usually a right-in, right-out is kind of reserved for like a commercial site, based on a smaller amount of trips. Now, we understand we can't get the 660 feet between driveways at every driveway because of existing development. So, and also it's in our state rules that we can't deny an access to a property that would be landlocked either.
Okay. Is there a safer design from FDOT standard to get in and out of this property if it was approved, in your opinion?
At this time, we have not seen one, and I believe this is the safest for this type of development we can come up with. The good part about this one is if they miss the first U-turn, they can always go to the signal on either side and make a U-turn at the signal.
Okay. And that's evaluated, you've got 2 different signals, right? One at Spruce and one at Beckett?
Yes.
So is that like a breaking point saying this is a safer route because you have 2 signalized intersections that stop traffic north and south to allow the traffic to come and go?
Right, and reason we kind of came up with this U-turn from the first driveway is we try not to push people more than a quarter mile out of their way to go forward and backwards. Once you get past a quarter mile, the human nature, they seem to try to cut corners at that point.
Okay. And I think right now there's like a wall there on US 19,
I think that's part of the bridge structure.
Yeah, is the U-turn going to be before that? then?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe that was in the guardrail section.
Mr. Crosby, thank you for your answering my questions and your time tonight.
You're welcome.
Mr. Donovan, do you have questions?
Yeah, I do. Thank you for being here. Most of my questions honestly have been answered. I just got 1 or 2 for you. As far as FDOT is concerned in the review process, how does that go? Is that like a blanket approval, thumbs up, thumbs down? Or is that something where you'll establish conditions or recommendation?
No, if on staff level, if we do a notice of intent to deny, the applicant has the right to go in front of our Access Management Review Committee, which is comprised of 3 section heads, and they present their case, and they either allow the driveway or they stay with staff recommendation.
Okay. And how long does that appeals process take?
Once we deny it, they can call, and we can have them on the agenda within a 30-day. If they miss 1 month, we have that committee meets at the last Wednesday of every month.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Vaticiotis, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you. We thank you very much for being here, especially you. Is this what you were talking about as far as an approval for the This is the one access scheme.
Right. This letter is a pre-application letter. These are non-binding. These are for the applicant to come in, start discussing the site with us. We start making initial comments of what we would normally comment on. It's not a thorough review. It's just to get the applicant kind of on track, so when he submits stuff, that stuff is, he knows kind of where we're going with it.
Okay. Now, this was in Appendix G of the updated traffic impact analysis study. It's an email from Mr. Provenzano, I believe you know, to I think it's Mr., it's basically Christopher Hatton, I believe, from Kimley Horn, and I'm not sure who Corin is. Do you know a Corin, C-O-R-I-N-N? Anyway.
I do not.
This is what Mr. Provenzano, if you want to read the first line on that, and let me know if you agree with that.
Which line are you talking about?
Just that, Mr. Provenzano's message to Mr. Hatton, to Christopher.
Like I said, even though traffic ops may have their comments answered and approval through traffic ops, the general access permit has to go through several sections, so.
So that's not an FDOT approval then?
No.
Okay, thank you. You answered the question about the, I was wondering about the landlocked on 3 sides on FDOT right-of-way. So state law requires you to have to give an access when you're landlocked.
If it's a landlocked site, we cannot deny them access to their own
You
property.
have to give 2 accesses.
We do not have to give 2 accesses, but they requested it, and if they were able to meet our criteria of section 1496, 1497, if they meet those, then we do allow it.
Okay, and they requested it because they said that we would not allow 1 access, right?
No,
Do you
the
recall?
size of, they told us the size of development required 2 accesses for more, at least for emergency vehicles, and that the city was not allowing them to connect to the development in their rear.
Okay. So that, if you can kind of explain that a little more. In other words, to the best of your understanding, we went through a 1 access scheme development plan beginning in December of last year, and there was a feasibility study for a 2nd access off the back of the property onto a Hayes Road right-of-way connected to Jasmine, which leads to Tarpon Avenue.
That was my understanding.
Right. And then at that same meeting, when we were looking at the feasibility study at Hayes Road, before a decision was made, we were given a letter stating that it was the applicant's intent to reapply for a second permit with 2 accesses. So we had not decided on the Hayes Road feasibility yet. So I would like to understand how the applicant or their consultant or the representatives came to FDOT, and I'm not sure if I'm describing this correctly, and feel free to correct me, that the city would not allow the development with 1 access, and that they would requesting 2. I think what you were saying, it was related to an emergency access, or?
It was, I don't know the exact terminology of your land development code, but over a certain number of units,
They would require 2.
they require 2 accesses.
Okay, so they were
And
asking
they don't
for-
have to be an emergency access, it has to be an
Okay.
access.
So let me just share with you, not that it's relevant to you, but this is the 8th public hearing we've had on this project. And the date on this, the notice of intent was It shows 2018, but it's really 2019. It's a typo.
That's the pre-application.
Well, the pre-application, but this would be a good for a year sort of thing.
It's good for 6 months.
Okay. All right, well, maybe that even makes more sense. Okay, 6 months. And we were told that a second access was not feasible.
At the time, we were not sure because of the bridge, going into the bridge. And the applicant was able to demonstrate that they can engineer it, make it work, and meet our criteria.
Right, but there was no effort on their part way back when to kind of do that due diligence ahead of time and bring that to you, that we need 2 accesses and we've done this work ahead of time, and what do you think about this?
I don't remember if, I
Okay,
don't
you don't
believe they
remember.
did, but I
Okay.
mean, we only look at what they asked for at the time.
Right, I understand, fair enough. Now, I think it was the mayor, or maybe or Vice Mayor Carr, asked you that whether this access would be safer, whether 2 accesses would be safer than 1, and you said
I
yes?
believe it would be.
Okay. At the January 7th meeting of this year, where Mr. Provenzano was standing in your shoes, actually it was virtual because of COVID, or at least we allowed that. He made a comment, let me see if I can find it. He made a comment that that the second access point to the apartment complex on US 9 would not be advisable. He also stated we could not control the vehicles the same way we could from a single access. It would increase the conflict points, thus increasing the potential for more crashes.
At the time, we had not looked at a second.
He had not looked at a second.
It really doesn't introduce any additional conflicts. I mean, you have the conflicts points at the first intersection for right in, right out. You have the same amount of conflict points at the second intersection. The second intersection, you cannot get into these left turn, U-turn lanes. You have to go to the signal.
Right, okay. From the standpoint of Vision Zero or Florida Strategic Safety Plan, whatever FDOT District 7 has, would any additional analysis along the way that, I think you may have heard what I asked
Right.
Ms. Seth, would that help with this design, or do you not believe it would?
The strategic plan is a multifaceted plan. It doesn't concentrate just on vehicles alone. It also concentrates on vulnerable road users, pedestrians, cyclists. So as far as an access permit, we look at just the vehicle usage. So we use that strategic plans in other corridors when we're having a high fatality rate of pedestrians or bicyclists. So.
Well, as a transportation engineer, I know it sounds like you've been with FDOT for a long time. In the private sector, are these sort of studies, are they done at the request of a client? Could they be done at the request of a client?
They could be done.
Okay.
Yes.
And if they were done at the request of a client, we could learn something more about the safety of the 2-access scheme. I know there, for example, if there's another project that's near another apartment complex or whatever that's nearby that has that same access management scheme, maybe there's something that could be learned from that, I guess is what I'm getting at. Okay.
No doubt, we learn from
Yeah,
everything
I'm
we do
asking
every
some
day.
obvious, right, I'm asking some obvious questions now. Okay. Mr. Crosby, thank you very much. I'm just a little frustrated because of how this whole thing has evolved, and this is the 8th public hearing, and we're kind of, in my opinion, kind of like struggling with this 2-access versus 1-access, and one meeting, somebody says it's safer, then the next meeting, they say it's safe, and it's just a little, we're talking about human lives.
Right.
Okay.
I have to read those crash reports every Monday morning.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Crosby. That's all I have for Mr.
Thank you.
Crosby.
Cross-examination? Ms. Graham, do you have any questions for Mr. Crosby?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Crosby. Thanks so much for coming. Couple questions for you. Would you get potential T-bone accidents from the vehicles trying to shoot out in a short gap?
If it's a open median straight across, you would. A directional right in, right out, you get more of an angled crash.
So you're saying that you wouldn't get those T-bone crashes in this design?
I would not say you would never get them, but more than likely they would be reduced. You would get more angled type crashes.
And when you say reduced, I mean, what does that look like? Is that like, one less crash or I mean, is there a way of knowing?
Well, we look at trends. We look at a 5-year trend when we look at our crash data. And if we see, T-bone types crashes, each year it drops 1 or 2 or 3 a year.
Uh-huh.
We're reducing
Okay.
that percentage. With a right in, right out, and a U-turn is, like I said, it's more of an angled type crash, more of a property damage rather than a human life.
Okay. The notice of intent that was brought up, that's expired now. Is that
No,
right?
we have not issued a notice of intent yet.
Okay, so there's no notice of intent. Okay. If this site were not 404 units in a multifamily development, and instead were a park, and it was just the right in, right out, and people had to go like all the way north and then turn back, would you say that that's safer than crossing 3 lanes?
With the way this is designed, you do not cross straight at 3 lanes. You would come out right in and do a weave to cross the 3 lanes. You don't go straight across.
But so weaving across 3 lanes, I mean, are you?
You'd still have the same conflicts if it was a park or this type of development.
So even if there were a signal or people went further north, you're saying it's no safer?
Well, it depends on what size of the park.
Park would not have an offset U-turn lane.
Yeah, but if a park would not have an offset U-turn lane, would that make a difference?
You would still have to U-turn at some point.
Or you could turn at a light, right?
You could turn at the signal, yes.
Okay, so you could drive down and then go and...
And this development can turn at the signal.
You had spoken, and this was already, commissioners had asked you this. January 7th of this year, FDOT's Joel Provenzano testified under oath that an option for a second access would not be advisable because we could not control the vehicles in the same way that we could from a single access. Do you agree with that?
You can control better with a single access, but having the requirements of this site needing a second access, it's still controllable. So
What has changed since January?
well, the requests that they've met all of the DOT requirements.
I'm sorry, I don't follow. So it's just
So
the developer's
when-
request that
The
has changed?
developer requested for second driveway, and they met all the criteria that we have for driveway spacing, right turn lanes. So that's why it's going forward.
Okay, hold on one second. All right, no further questions.
Thank you. Mayor, we've been going at it for 3 hours now. Would you like to take a break?
Yes, before we do that, I'd like to ask if we can extend the time of this meeting.
Motion to extend to midnight?
Huh?
Motion to extend to midnight?
To extend it how long?
Till midnight.
Oh, second.
Roll call, please.
I know.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Commissioner Terrapini? Oh, I'm sorry. Vice Mayor Carr?
Yes.
Mayor LaHousas?
Yes. We are now going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
I think I got them all.
Okay.
We are now reconvening the BOC meeting at 10:45 PM. Mr. Trask?
Thank you, Mayor. So at this point, I just want to make sure if there are any other questions, and I'm just going to go down the list of the individuals that are here on behalf of the city. Obviously, Renee, Pat McNeese, Principal Planner, Paul Smith, Public Services, Ray Page, Utility Superintendent, Kevin Powell, Building Official, Shannon Brewer, City Arborist, Megan Araya, Floodplain Coordinator. I think actually Kevin Powell is here for that. Tom Function, Public Works Director, Rick from Burgess and Nipple, the Stormwater Engineer of Record, Brian Anderson, also from the same company, Beth Hughes, Code Enforcement. I think those were all the ones that were listed that we haven't already talked about. Are there any of those individuals that you have questions of that you would like to call before the applicant starts its presentation?
Yes, I do. I have questions with, in regards to the capacity of the utilities.
Okay.
That'll be Mr. Smith.
Ray Page is here tonight. Mr. Page?
He's good.
They're still outside. Do you want me to go grab them?
Staff hasn't come back in yet.
I can go grab them.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Then we can just keep moving along.
Kevin, have you seen Ray? Yes, he's coming. Okay.
So Ray, if you could come down to the microphone, please. There are just a couple of questions that may be asked of you. And Ray, you were sworn in earlier, correct? Yes, sir. All right, thank you. So the mayor has a question.
Okay. I have questions, sewer and water.
Yes, sir.
The sewer main line, which will be provided by the city, the lift station and the lines to the buildings are responsibility to the applicant. What happens if the applicant fails to maintain the lift station and the sewer lines? Is there a possibility for that to have a backflow into our system?
Well, let me clarify real quickly. The applicant is going to construct the entire sanitary sewer system, including the off-site force main. The city has a private lift station ordinance, sir, that if any failure within their lift station that they will own and maintain in the future were to have a failure, the city has the ability to enforce upon that and make any corrective action that's required. We could levy a fine if needed. We could get the DEP involved with any type of violation that would be related to that. So that's really not a future concern at this point.
So we do have safeguards for that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The sewer, in regards to the water, recently we approved the request of Mr. Smith to increase the number of wells to our water plant in order to increase capacity of our water plant. We have 3 other subdivisions in progress. Do we have enough water?
Yes, sir.
Capacity to provide service for this development?
Yes, sir, we do. And I could elaborate on that a little bit.
Please do.
We have built a new RO facility, and it's rated by the state of Florida at 6.4 million gallons of production per day is what it's designed to make. And currently our demand is about 3.2 million gallons per day. So there's about 2.8 million balance that's unused as part of the permitted capacity.
Is that why we had to increase the number of wells?
Well, part of the increase of the number of wells, I don't want to conflict the two,
Okay.
is part of a sustainable future for our city overall. Whether this development were to come forward or not, we would still want to pursue additional future wells to give us the ability to rotate wells, have wells in service, have wells out of service at different times.
Okay, so that had nothing to do with that?
Correct.
Thank you. My next question is in regards to the stormwater collection.
Okay, I'm not stormwater, but I'll hear what you have to ask.
Okay. What provisions will have in place to ensure that the stormwater will be drained into the river, not to drain into the river?
Yeah, I couldn't answer that question, sir. That's an actual stormwater question. Our stormwater engineer would have to review that.
So, Mr. Trask, we'll wait to that?
Yes, sir, we have him on the list. and so we can ask him next.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions of Mr. Page?
That's all I have of Ray. Thank you.
Okay, the Vice Mayor has a question.
Ray, thanks for being here.
Yes, sir.
Quick question. So the city's not going to take ownership of the lift station, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the city has to report any spillage. So if there's any sewer that goes out into the streets or something along those lines, if it's
Yes, sir.
privately held, does the city still have to do that?
Yes, sir, we do. It's within our service area. The city has a 16 square mile service area. Any sanitary sewer overflow that occurs within that area is the city's responsibility to correct.
Okay. Is there any protections in place that the city has for the applicant to make sure it doesn't go into the river?
Well,
or
the way
catch
it's
basins?
been
or-
designed, it's been approved through the DEP, and it has certain requirements to ensure that it wouldn't go in the river. Now, I couldn't stand here and say that that's not possible, that that could never, ever happen. But all of the safeguards are in place to meet all the requirements for the DEP for it.
Okay. Does the city have any requirement for generators or anything like that to prevent?
We do on our main stations. The city investigated this to see if that would be required at this site, and it doesn't have the flow capacity to require it's an emergency standby power source.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Page.
Thank you.
Okay, so of the list of the names called, or, oh, I'm sorry, hang on just a second. Do you have any questions, cross-examination?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any questions? Okay, Ms. Graham.
Good evening. Two quick questions. Is the continued maintenance of the station not a subsidy?
The continued maintenance of the lift station itself would be done by the developer, the homeowners association, that the city would not maintain that. The city would maintain the off-site force main, but that's how all sanitary sewer is done. Once it comes off the private property, the city maintains it.
But it would be linked to the 404 units and I guess the volume based on that new development.
Yes, yes, ma'am, it would.
Okay.
The force main located in the coastal high hazard area.
Is the force main located in the coastal high hazard area?
I don't know if it's located in a coastal high hazard area. I would say yes, because of it starting in a coastal high hazard area, but it's going to run south along US 19 and then turn to the west on Live Oak Street and flow towards Safford Avenue. That's where the line would run.
Okay. If there were flood damage after a major storm, would the city have to pay for it?
If it damaged the force main itself off-site, yes, the city would.
Okay. No further questions.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Page. So do we have the engineer of record, Brian Anderson, here?
I think it's Rick Aguilar.
Okay, Rick? All right, sir, if you could step forward, please. Were you sworn in earlier? All right. If you could state your name then, your occupation.
I'm Rick Aguiar, and I work for Burgess and Nyepel. We're the city's drainage consultants.
Okay, sir. Mayor, you had a question.
Yes, yeah, my question is, what provisions do we have in place to ensure that no storm water will be drained into the river?
The stormwater will drain into the river, but it will first go through the ponds that will provide the treatment, the needed treatment, and then discharge. Technically, it drains to the south to the wetland system that's connected to the river through the channel and the box culvert.
That technique is going to be like a filter
Yes,
before
sir.
it goes into the river?
Yes, sir.
So there will be no pollution at all?
I mean, it meets all of the city's stormwater requirements, and they will be required to meet SWIFMUD's more stringent treatment requirements.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Aguilar, thank you for being here.
Sure.
I did get an email, excuse me, I believe this morning, around just this piece of property itself and then comparing it to other areas throughout the city. And I think one of the questions was, is a 100-year flood elevation and things along those lines. And I think there's some comments about how this actually is higher than most other areas in the city. Can you just give me a summary of that email at all? Or
I guess
your
in
thoughts on that?
general, using it as a benchmark, I mean, we're recently done work, and I think a lot of people are familiar with the Sponge Dock area. So the road elevation in the Sponge Docks, we all know it floods during the king tides and is susceptible to flooding. That road elevation is roughly about elevation 2. And then, and even the seawall adjacent to the buildings are roughly at 3. This site, the parking area is above elevation 8. The building finished floors are at 11. The actual FEMA 100-year flood elevation at the site is 8. So essentially, the parking lot's above the 100-year, the buildings are 3 feet above the 100-year, and that 8 is associated with a flood surge. It's important to note that it's not like a riverine associated with a lot of rainfall. It's basically associated with some storm event that'll actually push a storm surge up to, and they've estimated to be about elevation 8 for a 100-year storm. So essentially, the site is above the 100-year, the parking lot is above the 100-year, the buildings are 3 feet above the 100-year.
And that's with even a potential storm surge?
That is a storm surge. Essentially, the elevation 8 is associated with a coastal flood surge. And that, by reference, I guess, is, I'm sorry, I forgot to circle back, is about 4 or 5 feet above the road elevation at the Sponge Dock area right now. So the parking lot in the site is about 4 or 5 feet higher than the road elevation in the Sponge Dock area.
Wait, it's today, that's not
Correct.
being developed, right?
Well, I'm sorry, that's the developed site. The existing site grades are obviously, it's been dredged, you know, there's a lot of undulations in the site.
Okay. And then, I believe you had some type of reference for potential rising tides. Did I understand that correctly too? Or did I miss that?
Talk about the projected sea level rise?
Yes, yeah.
So I guess the Pinellas County Enclosed River watershed study that was recently published, essentially they actually projected, you know, up to about a foot of a projected rise in their analysis. So I guess in this particular stage, and the applicant submitted a sea level rise analysis that basically demonstrated that even the control elevation in the pond is above that projected rise
Okay.
in the river.
So in your professional opinion, do you feel that the property is safe based on the 100-year floodplain, storm surge, other aspects?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Donovan, you have questions? Okay, Commissioner Vaticiotis, you had a question?
I do. You basically, you stated that the base flood elevation is at 8.
Yes, sir.
The parking area is at 8, is that what you said?
I think the lowest pavement that I can recall is about 8 or just above 8.
Okay, and the storm surge is based on what category storm?
It's the FEMA 100-year flood surge that's estimated for a 100-year storm.
Any particular category?
It's not a category storm per se. It's just their estimated flood surge for that for a 100-year event.
So what would be a correlation between the category and the 100-year?
I think what would be more accurate would be like Pinellas County's slosh models. They basically, you know, they project.
That's right. Go ahead and explain that.
Right. So a slosh model is exactly, it's not associated with any rainfall. It's basically just projection of how high so if and when you have a surge that actually pushes water up to a certain elevation, what areas are going to be inundated at that elevation.
Okay. Do they, does the slosh model correlate it to any particular event in terms of 100-year, 200-year, 500-year?
Not per se. Essentially, the county's slosh model actually projected different elevations and what the flooding extent would be for that.
Yeah,
but again, it was estimated using the existing grades on site. They did not project that onto the proposed site development.
But it would create an island, I guess, is from what I saw.
I mean, island, I mean, the US 19 is above,
right.
way above that. The driveway coming in comes down from US 19 to the site. The site itself, the pavement areas are roughly at 8 or slightly above. And then the finished floors are 3 feet above that. So essentially, if you're talking about like the areas north of the pond, that area would be inundated. The existing wetlands would be inundated, and that open water area near the box culvert would also be inundated.
Just out of curiosity, what is the elevation of FDOT, I'm sorry, US 19 at that? I know there's that, it comes off.
Varies, yeah. I mean, I think it's like, depends. I mean, there's a big drop. So up near the driveway, I believe edge of pavement was about 9. 9, yeah.
Okay.
It actually, the driveway comes up from the edge of pavement up to the right of way and then comes back down into the site.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Trask.
Thank you. Any questions, cross-examination? None? Ms. Graham, do you have any questions for the engineer of record? No, thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, just one correction. I am not an engineer. I'm not a licensed PE. I am a drainage specialist, and I work for the city's engineer. Brian
okay.
Anderson, yeah, I'm just for the record.
You're
Thank
good
you.
to go.
We appreciate
Fine.
that.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, so back to the commission. Of all those people on the list, is there anyone else that you need to speak to before we go to the applicant's presentation? Vice Mayor?
Kevin?
Okay, so Mr. Powell? Is Mr. Powell in the audience? Yes, sir. If you could come up. Mr. Powell, you were sworn in earlier, correct? All right, if you could just state your name and your job responsibilities here at the city.
My name is Kevin Powell. I am the Building Development Director and also the Floodplain Manager.
Vice Mayor?
Mr. Powell, thanks for being here tonight and having your staff here as well. My question is, will building, or if this applicant is approved to build the 404 apartments in this coastal high hazard area, is that going to cause an increase with all the other residents' flood insurance premiums? There's been some discussions I've heard kind of out and about that
No.
that's going to have an impact.
No.
Okay.
Because they're going to be building above the minimum standards of the Florida Building Code and, having the buildings at 3 feet above BFE and the additional green space that will be created from that. We don't see where any increase in insurance ratings would come from.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other commissioners have questions of Mr. Powell? No? Okay. Do you have any questions, Mr. Armstrong? No. Ms. Graham, do you have any questions of Mr. Powell?
Yes, I do. Good evening, Mr. Powell. Could you tell me, do you believe that this proposed development complies with FEMA regulations?
It exceeds FEMA regulations.
Okay. Have you reviewed the section of the code, 6.66.3, site improvements, utilities and limitations, and evaluated this project?
That, for utilities?
It says, all proposed new development shall be reviewed to determine that such proposals are consistent with the need to minimize flood damage and will be reasonably safe from flooding.
Yes, by meeting the minimum criteria of the Florida Building Code and the FEMA base flood elevations, we would say that meets the criteria.
Have you reviewed the Pinellas Emergency Management memo that had been sent to the city?
Yes, I did. The one that says it may impact, and then the email that stated that that was not an evaluation of the property as developed.
Okay. And so looking at those maps, like the storm surge map that showed that there'd be storm surge even in the case of a tropical storm, that didn't change your opinion at all?
No.
No.
I mean, that's all based on undeveloped property the way it sits today, not
Okay.
as a developed piece of property with stormwater management and everything else.
Okay, what about the parking spaces that are at grade, the 707?
They're 1 foot above.
Okay,
They're
did
1
you
foot
look at?
above base flood elevation.
Okay, and have you looked at that to see what kind of impact there might have in the case of a storm surge?
As the last statement from the stormwater engineer said, it with the 100-year floodplain that it meets it.
Okay. So in your opinion, this proposed development is safe from flood impacts?
According to the Florida Building Code and FEMA regulations, it meets the requirements.
But is it safe?
It meets the requirements.
I think I'd like you to answer my question.
I am answering your question. I don't have an opinion on it. I'm going by the Florida Building Code and FEMA regulations.
Okay, no further questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Powell. So back to the commission. Any other individuals that have been listed by the city that you would like to speak to, ask questions of I'm not seeing anybody saying anything, so it's now 11:05. Mr. Armstrong, on behalf of the applicant, if you'd like to make your presentation.
Oh, Ms. Vincent backed up.
You want to do that now?
Yes.
Okay.
Wasn't that the idea?
Sure, if you want to do it now, that's
Yeah,
fine.
If you don't mind.
Fine by me.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I should have been.
Okay, so Renee, Commissioner has another question for you before we start on the applicant's presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Vincent.
No problem.
Okay. All right, so, make sure I got, just let me ask you something. I've got some specific questions, but a general one. We get these reports, publications that you forward us that basically you imply, or actually you state, that they're associated with this project. And yet, Mr. Armstrong is basically stating that they're not competent, substantial evidence. I mean, in fairness to, actually, it would be the five of us, as Mr. Terrapini was up here. I mean, how are we supposed to make a distinction between what their purpose is?
So the documents that you're talking about, you know, we have a policy in our intergovernmental element that required me to, the policy basically states that we need to provide documentation for anything to Pinellas County that would be a service level impact. And my determination, this meets that criteria from the narrow standpoint of hurricane shelters and, you know, an impact on, which is a county-wide issue. So I transmitted that, and the policy says that the board should consider, doesn't say do anything, it just says that you should consider whatever comes back. So I sent that to Pinellas County Emergency Management, and it had garnered back two documents. One, the emergency management review of the shelter analysis and potential impacts. And then most recently, you received from the floodplain coordinator this additional document reviewing the site as is, not considering the actual development itself. So I did not have the ability to, I did not want to query out a document that may or may not be relevant. So I am forwarding those to the board for the consideration. So, you know, I reviewed, you know, I paid particular attention to the emergency management document because that's what I transmitted it to them to review, was the hurricane shelter analysis. So that.
Just my observation, first of all, I think they were valuable documents, so I don't have any issue with you forwarding them to us. And I appreciate the mayor keeping them in the record. And maybe this is something that either you or Mr. Trask can answer, but is it fair to say that we could use that information to help formulate a determination on this
I think
matter
at this
tonight?
point they're in the record, so.
They are in the record, and you have the ability to consider them. That's right.
Thank you.
That
I've
it?
got some specific
Okay.
questions. No, not yet. All right. I hope I got 'em. Basically, there were two, if I can remember them correctly. One is the I didn't write them down. The public art project, the applicant has represented that he will put art on site to satisfy that requirement. It's a gated community. It's I don't understand where the word public comes into this particular piece of artwork. It's not public. Is that allowed under our ordinance?
And I actually have had the same question, and I haven't really formulated an opinion, but I mean, I think it would have to be very clearly visible to the general public, you know, that doesn't require you to be on site. So I think that is to be determined. I agree the intent is that it's public.
Can't we ask them ahead of time? What do you plan? Or I
you can
guess
ask
what I'm
them,
getting at-
yes. I mean, they haven't given us any details, and they're not, that requirement doesn't trigger until we get to like CO, but we don't, obviously we want to check that box and make sure that it's being complied with.
The other issue along with that line is ownership. As I understand, some time ago, I remembered with the Icaria, the city owns that artwork at the Icaria. Even though it's on their property, the Icaria owns it. In this particular case, I don't see anything where we claim ownership of that artwork. And even if we do, I'm not sure I understand why it would be behind a gated community.
Understand.
I mean, we wouldn't have access to it for maintenance, observing. Here at the Icaria, we do.
Right.
So is that something that could be clarified, I guess is a good word, if this application goes forward, or I'm just not sure.
I guess what I would suggest is, you know, if we get to the final plan development, that we would need some type of clarification as to how it would meet the litmus test of public.
Okay.
And that's not my ordinance, so I may need some help with that. So the fallback obviously is to pay in lieu.
It's important to me.
Certainly.
I mean, I'm sure it's important to a lot of people in this audience as well. The other thing is the conservation easements, the 35 acres. I know you and I spoke about it, about an exhibit for that. We don't have an exhibit in our backup to show exactly what those 35 acres are, and you don't have anything with you this evening, is that correct?
I could show you an exhibit that would identify everything that should be in there. I might have to do it through a couple of slides. I'd have to pull it back up.
That's okay, not tonight.
But I mean, verbally, I can tell you. So the wetlands and the between 13 and 14 acres. So the wetlands are 21 acres, and then the 13 to 14 acres of lands that are specified to go into the rec open space. So it would encompass those lands.
Okay, so we went from 0 to 35.
Yes.
The first application had 0, now we're at 35, about 35. If this application goes forward, would you create an exhibit to show us?
Absolutely. Yes, we can do that, and we should be able to hammer that out. But between first and second reading, if it goes forward, we can create an exhibit.
Now, as far as these conservation easements, I know that part of that's going to be along the shoreline, I guess. That was something that was kind of new that you put in there to include that, which was not initially. But I know in the future I would suspect there's going to be not access, but basically public access. In other words, people boating and things may pull their boat up and dock. There isn't any fence line or fence planned along that area, is that correct?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. But that would be something that the apartment complex would have to deal with themselves, not the city, or would that involve maybe the police department?
So what we have asked them to address is how they would control people coming off of the river, pulling up on there, and that needs to be part of their management plan and their association documents, if you will. I would defer to them as to how they plan to do that, but we did want that in the easement language as well, that basically there has to be controlled access on and off if they're, and it's obviously it's to their interest. I'm sure they don't, from a safety standpoint, how they're going to control that, I would really have
Well,
to
it's,
defer to
it's
them.
not just safety, it's an environmental
It's environmental
issue.
impact
So,
as
I mean,
well.
the safety is obviously the primary.
Right.
But also the environmental.
Right.
You know, in terms of, and I don't even know if you can access that. I know across the street, across US 19, we do have issues with people over there, and I don't know what we would wind up with along the river's edge. I mean, rivers are real popular and pretty.
Absolutely.
So, okay, thank you, Ms. Vincent. That's all.
Okay,
Ms.
don't sit down just yet. You have any questions as follow-up to that? Okay. Ms. Graham, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you. All right, so we're back to the applicant. Thanks, Renee.
Good evening, Ed Armstrong again. Well, we're back. We had, as you know, back in January, we were approved with a condition dealing with a second access point. We investigated Hayes Road, came back and met with the commission in July of this year and explained our idea of how a second access point would be an appropriate solution. We believe we've got positive feedback about that outcome, and we have redesigned the project, and we'd like to tell you about that and how we comply and how we meet all the provisions of your code. The first witness I'd like to bring, I have several witnesses. The first one I'd like to bring forward tonight is Mr. David Healy. And I'm going to ask Mr. Healy to identify himself, his background and credentials, and maybe give an overview of the planning process and how the comprehensive plan interacts with the Land Development Code. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Dave Healy with Healy Consultant Services. We're a community planning, land use, and development services consulting firm. My credentials are that I have a bachelor's degree from Colgate University, a master's degree in city planning from Ohio State University. I'm fully certified charter member of the American Institute of Certified Planners, and in 2014 was honored with their selection to the College of Fellows for the American Institute of Certified Planners. I've been a practicing planner for 52 years, the last 44 of which have been here in Pinellas County, working primarily for and with local government. Prior to serving in my current capacity, I served as planning director for the city of Clearwater, and subsequently some 21 years as executive director of the Pinellas Planning Council. I would very briefly just tell you that as part of that service and work, we spent a considerable amount of time in the early years of my selection trying to determine what exactly consistency between the countywide plan and the local government plans meant and how to put that in place. We were successful in being able to do that. I actually received an outstanding award from the National American Planning Association for our work with consistency. And it's really that I want to talk to you about tonight. My input this evening is really directed at understanding and identifying the respective roles of the comprehensive plan and the Land Development Code. They are both important, but they are also distinct. And in a simple way of trying to summarize that, the comprehensive plan is essentially a policy document. The Zoning and Land Development Code is a regulatory document. The code is designed to administer and implement the plan. So there's a structure and a hierarchy, if you will. And part of my message to the commission is simply this. As you consider all of the testimony that you've already heard or will hear, try and place that in the framework of how your comprehensive plan and your land development code are designed to work. First, I would turn to the comprehensive plan and quote from the State Community Planning Act, Chapter 163. It says, "The comprehensive plan shall provide the principles, guidelines, standards, and strategies for the orderly and balanced future development of the area. It goes on to say, to represent that statement in its entirety, the sections of the comprehensive plan identified as these strategies, generally described in most plans as goals, objectives, and policies, shall describe how the local government development regulations will implement the comprehensive plan. And so again, this relationship is one of setting forth your goals, objectives, and policies in some considerable detail, as you have, in compliance with the State Community Planning Act, and then implementing those guidelines, those goals, objectives, and policies through the Land Development Code. What's clear from the statutory language is that the goals and policies are not absolute standards. They are, in a sense, aspirational ends, the things you want to move toward as a community in the long term. And they are implemented specifically through the land development regulations, in this case, your comprehensive zoning and land development code. For example, these type goals, objectives are prefaced throughout the plan with statements like coordinate, encourage, promote, and continue to work toward. Again, they're not definitive action items necessarily. They're not intended or designed to be applied singularly or as an individual absolute, but rather, again, as guidelines, requiring a holistic and balanced approach to their consideration. I know Commissioner Vaticiotis has referenced earlier the balancing issue. That sounds great, but how do you do that in a practical, common sense, and realistic manner when you're dealing with some 10 or 11 plan elements, 28 goals, 125 objectives, and 642 policies? That's a lot to get your arms around for anybody. I can share with you in my experience, and I think best practices would indicate that there are at least 3 main factors to consider in looking at how to apply those goals, objectives, and policies. A holistic, balanced approach, the context in which they're being applied, and the importance of the future land use map, which is part of the comprehensive plan. Let me try and get inside each of those separate 3-pronged factors. To view the plan in a balanced and holistic fashion means to understand and apply the plan in its entirety as the broad expression of policy it represents. Recognize that it's meant to set direction over a multi-year process, and that no specific policy should be extracted or isolated and used either pro or con for or against the project. Consider the policy, secondly, of the context. This is very important, and Ms. Vincent touched on that in explaining her approach to analyzing your comprehensive plan. Consider the manner and extent that the proposed development recognizes and provides for acceptable solutions to any of the issues raised. Any development project of any magnitude is going to have competing, sometimes non-aligned policies that, sitting there as the decision-making body, you're going to have to sort through. My suggestion here is simply that you can't do that in the abstract. You've got to look at, yes, there are issues. Have they been addressed to your satisfaction based on substantial competent evidence? That is part and parcel of the difficult challenge that you're faced with. And lastly, for the 3-prong test, give appropriate weight to the current land use plan map. That map, which is part of your comprehensive plan, really embodies and is meant to signify the assimilation, if you will, a synthesis of those policies. It's the one graphic representation in your plan of how a lot of those policies were deemed to come together and be represented on the ground for individual properties, so that an individual property owner could look at that map and understand what those many policies mean in terms of their ability to use the property, what could be placed on the property, and how much could be placed on the property. This is a key policy document, and it needs to be given considerable deference in the consideration of the consistency issue. I'll turn, to be brief, to the zoning and land development code. I'll go back to the reference in the State Community Planning Act that indicates that land development regulations will be initiated, modified, or continued to implement the comprehensive plan in a consistent manner. That's the mechanism the State Community Act put in place. That's the mechanism you have put in place to administer and implement your comprehensive plan, that being the zoning and land development code. It does exactly that, as called for. In Article 1, Section 4, entitled The Relationship to the Comprehensive Plan, it states the following: land development regulations shall be consistent with and implement the adopted comprehensive plan. I know I'm repeating myself somewhat, but it's in a different, this is in your code, not from the state land planning agency. It further states, to be fair, that all requests for development order approval must comply with the land development code, must further the adopted comprehensive plan, and reviewed for consistency with the goals, objectives, and policies. Your staff, in my opinion, has done an outstanding job of doing that. It's very detailed. I don't know that there are many development projects that are subjected to a complete scrutiny of the entire comprehensive plan and a determination about their relevancy to this particular project. And if there is an issue that has been raised as a result of those policies, how it's been addressed in the development plan that's before you tonight. The key takeaways from these provisions that I've identified to you are: the code must by law be consistent with a comprehensive plan. The subject applications have been reviewed by your staff for consistency with the plan, and it's ultimately the code then with which development order must apply. That may be self-evident. You understand, I think, that you've been through this drill before, that ultimately you look to the standards and procedures in your development code to make those definitive determinations about whether or not a given project complies with your requirements. That definitive relationship between the plan and code is further set forth in your code, Article 8, Section 121, Plan Consistency, Paragraph C. If you'll indulge me, let me just read this short paragraph to you. The provisions of this code are intended to implement the requirements of the comprehensive plan, and it shall be presumed that a development order, the applications that are before you, if you determine them to be so, over which the development order which is found to meet the requirements of the code is consistent with a comprehensive plan. Let me try and say that more clearly without stumbling over it. And it shall be presumed that a development order which is found to meet all the requirements of the code is consistent with a comprehensive plan. So it narrows the equation here between the plan and the code down to some pretty definitive relationships that are important. And really what I'm talking about is trying to set the framework to help the commission, hopefully, as you evaluate all the testimony that you're going to hear tonight and perhaps longer. To do otherwise would render the code meaningless and opens up every application to the subjective interpretation and applicability on individual plan policies with no uniform, predictable standard or outcome. That's the purpose of the definitive standards in your code. To interpret or apply individual plan policies in isolation in a way that would render the current land use plan map and the code meaningless would be tantamount to a de facto amendment of the comprehensive plan itself. That's what I wanted to share with you. I'll be glad to entertain questions now or later, but I'm trying to help define what it is that can be considered relative to consistency with your comprehensive plan and the code.
Any questions from the commission of Mr. Healy?
I have some.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Healy. I've heard a lot about you in a variety of good ways, if that helps.
Some good, some bad, I suspect.
And I know you're your reputation precedes you, so thank you for being here this evening. And actually, this is where I think we can learn a lot in terms of the commission and other boards here at the city as far as this relationship between the comprehensive plan and the land development code. Let me just go through how you presented the information, okay, and you can help me with this. With regards to, you mentioned this balance and interpretation, I think, and we've got Mr. Armstrong beating into us competent, substantial evidence all the time. And so it seems to me the way you describe this, that there's no individual policy, there's kind of a holistic balance. Holistic is kind of like it's a real mushy word to me.
Look at the whole thing.
And it could be used to argue different sides of an argument without there being a correct side. It's just used that way. So it seems to me that if you've got this holistic balance, and you may even have competing policies, how do you, as you're describing it, 5 of us here, given that Mr. Terrapini would be here, could apply competent, substantial evidence to those policies and that evidence is factual. It's not interpretive, it's not holistic, it's supposed to be factual. And we're supposed to basically conclude from this holistic balance that you're describing, plus the other 2 that are somewhat subject to interpretation, which I don't have an issue with. But again, it can be used to demonstrate that a development plan complies with a comprehensive plan, and it can be used to demonstrate that a development plan does not comply with a comprehensive plan. And it gets back to this balance test that I asked Mrs. Vincent about. You can talk about balance all day, but unless there's some standard that, from a practical perspective, that you can apply, I don't understand how you can reach a conclusion based on the methodology that you just described of whether a development plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan.
What I have tried to...
Let me just finish. It seems like it may take years of experience like you have to understand that process, to be able to apply those different standards and measures that you set in order to make that conclusion.
Okay.
I'm finished. Okay. At least on that
point.
What
I tried to describe relative to the 3 factors, holistic and balanced, in the context of the development plan and the future land use plan, are criteria to go through what your planning and zoning director did. A careful, accurate articulation of what policies are relevant. In the end, my simple point is that all of that is to be encompassed within and reflected by your rules, by the zoning and land development code, so that you're not forced to do the very thing that you describe as terribly difficult, certainly could be subjective to an extent depending on the audience, and there may be disagreement about how their relative priority or importance is. So you look then to how those policies, how your plan was interpreted in the specific procedures and standards in your code. And that's where the substantial competent evidence comes in. Does it meet those specific standards that are called for in your code for this property given its designation?
Okay. So you mentioned that there's, in the comprehensive plan, there's goals and absolute standards, and I think that's the word you used, but I may be wrong. But you said it uses soft words like coordinate, encourage, discourage, and that sort of thing. Yeah. But there's a couple of spots where they're hard words, like ensure the health, safety, and and the health, welfare, and safety of the residents, for example. That's not subject to, it's not a soft word, it's a hard ensure. So it's our job to ensure. So you can play around with land development regulations, development plans, which would be one of those, and then, but nevertheless, of how you look at it, it may satisfy the land development code, but there may be some aspect that's not covered in the land development code that may throw up a red flag with regard to one of these three things that I mentioned, the health, welfare, and safety. And to me, that's an issue with applying this balance approach that you're talking about when you've got a hard word in there like ensure.
Commissioner, you're not wrong, but the point is that what I've said is the development code shall be presumed to be consistent with the requirements of the comprehensive plan.
Presumed, okay.
But
All right.
the city's language in your code, not my presumption.
Right. So the last question, if you can go back and read that part where it was the section of the land development code, as far as the land, that the land development code, satisfying the land development code would assume that it satisfies a comprehensive plan. There was one section, I've seen it as well, but I don't recall the number or anything. If you could repeat that, because I want to give you something, a compliment to that.
It's Article 8, Roman numeral 8, Section 121.00, entitled Plan Consistency. There are 3 subparagraphs under that that lead up to the concluding statement, in my estimation, the definitive relationship between the plan and the code that I cited. Be glad to read it again if that would help.
Okay. That's in the comprehensive plan, is that correct?
This is in your code.
In the code,
The
okay.
zoning and land development code.
So
Yes, sir.
let me just read something that I read earlier, and you asked me how this fits the two. Section 6, the interpretation. It says the interpretation and the application of this code shall be considered as the minimum necessary to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, shall be liberally construed to the favor of the city, and shall not be deemed to limit any other powers granted by the state statutes. So it seems to me that you've got one provision that says if it satisfies the land development code, then it satisfies a comprehensive plan. And we've got something else here that says even if you satisfy the land development code, there may be something else that you need to think about.
No, Commissioner, I think that's part and parcel of the decision about whether it meets the code or not. That's the judgment of the commission about whether or not the applicant has met that test that you cited. Has the proposed rezoning, the development plan, the conditional use, met that test in your judgment, consistent with the actual detailed language in the
Okay.
code?
So this is something we can have coffee over and talk about in more length.
You're still talking to me, sure.
Right. The last question I have is something that, since you're an expert, and and this is free for me, so I appreciate it. I have one other question that stems from Mr. Trask. I think it was December 14th hearing, the very first hearing, I think, on this project, the first go-round. It was a little frustrating to me because we were being asked to make a decision on evidence that was not there. Competent, substantial evidence that was not there compared in application to some aspects of the land development code or the comprehensive plan. And Mr. Trask's comment in response, and it was a good one, we talk about it on occasion, that you make your decision based on the evidence that's presented.
I would certainly agree with
No
that.
argument there, right?
No, certainly not going to argue with Mr. Trask.
Getting back to this balance and all this other stuff and living in the real world here, and you've got 5 people here that are not in the business for 50 years and that sort of thing, it seems to me a very complicated process that you're trying to describe, and you're basically telling us that I'm not saying that you're telling us this is the way it has to be. You're telling us in all your years of experience, this is the way I've learned to to look at that relationship between the land development code and the comprehensive plan.
Yes, and those
Okay.
were the three factors that I described to you that I
Right.
would take into account were I trying to assess
Right.
the comp plan, but consummated in the form of your future land use plan map and the land development code. That's the translation that is designed to occur between plan and code so that you do have something more substantial, more definitive, both for the city certainly, but for an applicant. So there's some predictability to the process.
Some of these things, especially this one that we have in front of us, you know the game show Jeopardy, right? Where you're asked to choose 3 letters and they've got like 15 spots there, and then you choose A, B, C, and you fill in, and now you're looking at maybe, 5 letters in there and 10 missing. You're being asked, okay, what does it mean? You've got 5 seconds to make that decision, and you're saying, okay, in kind of symbolically saying, does it comply or doesn't it comply? And so basically, sometimes we get this information tonight, and it's a little different than what we heard the first time. It's a little different than what the P&Z heard, and now we're getting information that's a little different, and we're supposed to guess the finding on this project. And then you've got these very philosophical, I would think, and sometimes questionable as far as its application of the way it's supposed to work, which is an ideal way of doing it, and trying to tell us from a practical perspective how you apply those principles that you describe. And I think that, to me, is a little difficult.
Unquestionably. And
Okay.
I'm not debating, certainly don't suggest that the commission's role is an easy one. And it's made easier, I think, by the specific provisions in your code that talk about that relationship, so that you don't have to go back and parse each policy. What does it mean? How does it apply? What is its priority here? It has been translated, if you will, to be implemented through the code. So hopefully that judgment's a little easier when you get to the concrete provisions in your code, and you can determine in your judgment whether or not that meets the test of the code.
Well, now you introduced another word, priority. So I don't think we're going to come to a conclusion on this evening. And that's all I have. The questions I have is just to try and get some understanding of what you're trying to, I don't want to say tell us, but what you're offering to us this evening. So thank you, Mr. Healy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Armstrong, do you have questions of Mr. Healy? Before we do cross-examination by Ms. Graham?
In terms of your background, at one point, were you the planning director here in Tarpon Springs?
I don't think the city manager ever conferred that title on me. I should have disclosed earlier.
No, I remember you from
4 or
her.
5 years ago, you were going through some transition with staff, and the city manager asked me to assist on a as-needed part-time basis. I don't recall whether they called me other than Mr. Consultant.
I just didn't know whether it was a good memory or not. That's why I didn't mention it.
It was a fine memory.
All right.
Is that it? Thank you. Mr. Healy. Ms. Graham, do you have any questions of Mr. Healy?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners.
If I may, I do note that it's 11:45, and to this point, you have a 12 o'clock cutoff. My next witness is Ms. Terrapini, who is going to offer planning testimony, and that's going to go on quite a while, and that's before we get to inevitably a number of questions coming from the board, and inevitably a cross-examination. So, in all fairness, I would think that I would ask the board to make the determination that we either stop here or alternatively go through the entirety of the examination and cross-examination of Ms. Terrapini.
Mr. Armstrong, I'm going to ask to extend time for this meeting.
Motion to extend to 1 a.m.
Second.
A roll call, please.
Commissioner Vaticiotis?
Yes.
Commissioner Donovan?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Carr?
No.
Mayor Lewis?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to introduce you to Ms. Cindy Terrapini. She is a land use planner, and she will detail for you her qualifications as a land use planner and offer her testimony to you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Cindy Terrapini with Terrapini Planning Strategies, and along with Mr. Armstrong and the rest of our team, I represent the Morgan Group, the applicant for tonight's case. Before I get into my comments, I have two, I guess you would call them housekeeping measures. One is that this morning, as we were reviewing and preparing for this hearing tonight, Kimley Horn identified that the plan amendment site, which we'll talk about in a few minutes, which is the southeast peninsula that we are proposing to take to rec open space, had an incorrect size in the legal description. So I have for you, and I'm asking you to accept this into the record, my email to Ms. Vinson today with a corrected legal description and sketch. The correct size is 5.991 acres, and Mr. Trask will advise you as to how to deal with that on the ordinance that's before you. But I did want to introduce that to the record and provide this to the clerk, please. The second matter is this morning you received from our team a notebook for each of you and for the city manager, the city clerk, the city attorney, and the planning director. And in that notebook, I would ask you that it includes the critical and major points of our presentation, and I would ask that that notebook also be accepted into the record. And then finally, if you'd like to follow along, follow the bouncing ball, as they say, my presentation and all of the rest of our speakers' presentations tonight is at tab 17 in that notebook, so our full PowerPoint is in there. So let me begin. I'm asking to be qualified as an expert witness in the field of urban planning, and my resume is in tab, the section 5. Briefly, my qualifications are as an expert in urban planning include the following. I hold a bachelor's in political science from Clemson University, master in urban and regional planning from Florida State University, where I received the recipient of the outstanding student for that graduate class. I have over 40 years of experience as an urban planner in public and private sectors, and I've been responsible for many large, complex, mixed-use projects throughout the Tampa Bay area. I received approvals for clients on all types of applications, DRIs, land use plan amendments, rezonings, conditional uses, preliminary and final site plans, variances, among others. I've previously been qualified an expert witness in the city of Tarpon Springs, also within many Pinellas cities, and the circuit courts of Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, and Hernando. And I was previously qualified as an expert witness by you all in this case, when you reviewed this case the first time. The reason we're before you tonight is because the applicant added a secondary access point. As was mentioned before, when the project was approved by this commission in January 2021, one of the conditions was to provide a secondary point of access. In July 2021, the Board of Commissioners rejected Hayes Road as that second access during your meeting, so the applicant has revised the plan to add a new northern access on US 19. As just to recall, for all of us, there are no other possible roads available to this site besides US 19 and Hayes Road. The city's code requires new public hearings if there is a change in the number of access points, so that is why we're here before you tonight. It's important to note that all the other major elements of the project are the same as were approved previously, including the size and design of the community and the protection of the environmental features of the site. The Anklet Harbor project enjoys a great location along the northern section of Tarpon Springs with direct access to the Pinellas Trail and within walking and biking distance of the city's North Anklet Nature Park, the world-famous Sponge Docks, and the historic downtown. The Anklet River is along the north edge of the site. The abandoned railroad is along the south edge of the site. The west side of the site is US 19, and there are no other constructed roads or rights-of-way adjacent to the property. To the east of the Anklet Harbor site are a limited number of residential homes on estate-sized lots, and further east is a Sail Harbor neighborhood. All of these homes are located at significant distance from our site and are well buffered by trees and other vegetation. The closest home going east from the Anklet Harbor site is at least 650 feet away. I'd also like to show you the alterations to this site by man's activities over time. So I'd like to show you some historic aerials. So in 1941, the site appears to be in its natural state. The wetlands are in the southern portion of the site are unaltered. There is no US 19 at this point in time. And the southwest wetland is connected to the west to a tributary to the Anclote River, so in this area right here. By 1951, US 19 has been constructed, which separated that wetland, this that we were just talking about, from the rest of the tributary to the Anclote River. This is the first time that a disturbance to the land is shown in the north area of the site. That's this area. That was probably accomplished by the removal of fill and all of the vegetation along this site. And if you'll just notice that, look at that that particular signature as we go through the aerial, you see that that has not changed very much over time. There are trails in the north section of the site along the river. 1957 and 1962. In 1957, the disturbed area remains there, remains still in effect and actually wider in 1962. By 1962, this canal that runs from the Anclote River into the site has been constructed. It was 720 feet long, 80 feet wide, and 6.5 feet deep. You can also see the many trees were removed from the northern portion of the uplands. And a small square pond was created right in here. Remember that pond? We're going to talk about that again in a few minutes. That's the area that we're proposing to mitigate the wetlands. The next slides. By 1976, major dredging in the southwest portion. You can see that this pond has gotten quite a bit larger by the dredging and the fill removed. The canal is still in place. And more trails from US 19 have been created, and they're actually structures in the northeast section of the property. 1986, similar to 1976, with the excavated pond and the canal still in place. By 1998, the canal had been filled in, and they did get a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers permit that was issued in 1995. Vegetation and trees, again, have been removed in the uplands area, and the disturbed land, trails, and structures remain in place. By 2007, management of the site appears to have ceased, with the result that the invasive species have pretty much proliferated and taken over the site. The disturbed land in the northern portion can still be seen. That's this area of signature we've been talking about. In 2010 and 2017, illustrate that disturbed land still remains in effect. In this northern section that we have been talking about. There's two wetlands here, and then this section are still in evidence, as you can see on the aerials. So what these aerials are showing is that the site was not managed as a Florida native ecological system. It really wasn't managed at all for some time. And what the result of that is that the exotic and invasive species have invaded the site and taken over because they will outcompete the native species, especially in this southern portion of the site, in this area. I'd like to talk now a little bit about the preliminary development plan. Your staff's outlined it pretty carefully for you. I'd just like to make a couple of highlights for this. From the very beginning that Morgan began the design of this project, the unique environmental features of the site were the most important thing and the highest priority for the development. And I'm going to show you, as we confirm through the plan, how that has laid out and been resulted in a site plan that conserves and preserves those environmental features. So the project does retain its original design with the one access point added, and it's right in this area. This is the new northern access point. There are still 404 units in 5 buildings. The clubhouse located at near the southern entrance in this area, and extensive on-site recreational amenities. Anclote Harbor meets all of the dimensional requirements contained in the Land Development Code, with one exception. The only thing that is not met is the height, and we are asking for a waiver to increase the 5 residential buildings from 45 feet to 53 feet. And the reason for this is it allows us to have fewer buildings, minimize the number of buildings, and cluster them in the center of the site to provide for the greater open space, the separation from the eagle's nest and from the river. As the Board of Commissioners does have the authority to approve this waiver, since it meets 2 of the waiver criteria in the code, the fewer buildings that are clustered on the site are a superior alternative, since they assist in protecting those environmental features that we find so important. Just to blow up, this shows you the two entrances. This is entrance number 1, the southern entrance, and entrance number 2, the northern entrance. Both will be gated. The gated portion is down in this area, and then in this area right here are the northern entrance. There's a turnaround area in the clubhouse and also parking there for new residents as they come to lease, and also for people who might come for a particular event at the clubhouse. Both driveways will require the approval of DOT, since US 19 is a state road. Both of these driveways have been reviewed by DOT staff. You've heard that testimony. I don't think I need to go over it again. And they've said that preliminarily it meets the design standards. We certainly recognize that that doesn't mean that we are exempt now from getting permits. We do have to go through the detailed permitting process and show that our engineering design meets all the requirements of DOT, which we will do. We have added this second access point to comply with the specific direction that you gave us in January, which was to provide some sort of second access. With Hayes Road being kicked out of the box and not a viable alternative anymore based on y'all's decision, our only option was to come to US 19. The site has an extensive pedestrian circulation system that connects all of the residential buildings with each other, and with the nature preserve in this area, to the kayak launch here, to the second kayak launch and boat dock in this area. And the purpose of this is to encourage pedestrian travel and minimize vehicular travel on the site. The orange that you see on this map is the significant upland habitat, and the comprehensive plan requires that the site preserve a minimum of 30% of that significant upland habitat. So all of the significant upland habitat on the site is shown in orange on this map. The requirement is that we preserve at least 9 acres of that significant upland habitat. We plan to preserve 13.89 acres, or almost 14 acres. This 14 acres of the significant upland habitat will be preserved in its natural state as it is today. And there will be surrounding in the wetland area, obviously there will be some new tree plantings, but it will be maintained in its natural state. Another major feature of this project is that we propose to set back all the buildings significantly from the Anklet River to retain an open river corridor. The area shown in blue on this exhibit is the area adjacent to the river that will not contain any buildings or parking. It will be retained as open space. Building 5, which is this most eastern building, is the closest building to the river. It's about 175 feet from the waterfront. All the other buildings are at least 350 to 450 feet from the river. It's important to note that the city's code would allow buildings to be built within 50 feet of the Anklet River without a variance or any kind of waiver of any type. Since we were here on our first round, we have now obtained an Eagle permit, and our expert, Mr. Miklos, will speak to it in more detail, but I just want to highlight this really quickly. The eagle nests are kind of in the center of these 2 red circles. There are 2 eagle nests that have been abandoned, but our Eagle permit that we have obtained is consistent with the activities that are shown on this map. So in other words, what the site plan shows that will happen within that distance is exactly what the federal Eagle permit was issued for. There are no buildings whatsoever within 660 feet of the nests. The only improvements that are within that area, as you can see, are some parking. Oop, went down, sorry. Sorry about that. So there's some parking and there's some retention within the Eagle nest area, within the Eagle buffers. Wetlands preservation is another key feature, environmental feature of the site. There are 22 acres of wetlands on the site shown in blue. We are preserving 21 of those 22 acres. The one area that we're not is the 0.91 acre that's right in here that I showed you on one of those historic aerials. Was a created pond that then became wetland through years and years of the invasive species coming into that area. The mitigation for this small wetland impact will be accomplished on the site, which is consistent with the city's priority system to do that on the site. So we talked earlier about the Upland Preserve, which is the same area, which is this area in blue, That is the same site for which you have a plan amendment pending that would take that blue area from residential office general to recreation open space. That area, as I mentioned, is now 6 acres, and we are proposing, and it is in front of you today, a plan amendment to make that change on the comp plan for that particular portion. We are also, at the staff's request, they asked us to take the rest of the significant upland habitat, which is the red shown on this map, to be added to that plan amendment, and that will be a second plan amendment that will come back to you. So all of the significant upland habitat, almost 14 acres on the site, would be designated as recreation open space. There'll be no buildings allowed on that. There are no buildings shown on the site plan that you are considering tonight, and it'll also be prevented from any construction by the rec open space plan category. We do propose a nature trail for residents on that peninsula. And we also have submitted a conservation easement for that area. And we, as Ms. Vinson was mentioning earlier, these 2 areas, the red and the blue, are the areas that will be covered by the conservation easement. So when you take all of those setbacks from the river, protection of the wetlands, protection of the eagle's nest, all of those factors together, the green area is the area that will not be built upon on the site, and that's 52 acres of the total site. The site will only be built with development, what we call impervious area, with buildings and parking on 12 acres. That's the area you see in gray. So again, 12 acres total of the entire site would be impervious, would be built upon. Fully 52 acres of the balance of the site would be maintained as open space, recreation, landscaping, eagle protection, and stormwater management. I'd like to contrast that really low level of development that we are proposing tonight with the 2 commercial projects that have been approved. The site today would allow up to 460,000 square feet of commercial uses and up to 347,000 square feet of office uses without a rezoning approval, with only a site plan coming before you. And as you probably know, there have been 2 projects that were approved, 2 commercial projects that have been approved previously on this site. The first one was the ABR Development of Regional Impact, was approved in 1998, and the Walmart Supercenter was approved in 2005. Both of these approved commercial uses are more intense than the Anklet Harbor project in every meaningful way. This exhibit shows you that ABR would have created 3.5 times more traffic than Anklet Harbor. The Walmart Supercenter would create 7 times more traffic than Anklet Harbor. Both of these projects, ABR and the Walmart project, would develop on substantially more of the site than Anklet Harbor. We're only developing about 28% of the site's overall uplands. That's the 12 acres we were just talking about. The site plans that are available for ABR and for Walmart only showed the level of development on about half of the site. And on the half of the site that they had designed, showing the buildings and parking, they were building on half of that. They were building on 50% of the site, and the Walmart was building on 2/3 of their site. So when you factor in that the balance of the development that they haven't shown on those 2 projects, clearly both projects would develop on more than 2/3 of the site, while Anklet Harbor proposes to develop on less than 1/3 of its property. The Anklet Harbor project proposes a 50-foot wetland buffer, more than either of these projects, and that 50-foot buffer is twice the amount of what SwiftMud requires. The Anklet Harbor project proposes to protect the eagle's nest, as we've talked about in great detail. Both ABR and Walmart have proposed commercial buildings and parking in that eagle nest and buffer area. Like much of US Highway 19, the Anklet Harbor site has been zoned general business for 23 years, and the general business district, as I just mentioned, would allow significantly large amount of commercial and office uses. The rezoning application to Anklet Harbor is a downzoning because it's going down in less in intensity from the commercial general business districts that allows that intensity of development to the residential use that is solely residential on this property. As has been mentioned several times tonight, your staff prepared a review of each goal, objective, and policy of each element and determined that the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Our application package that you have in front of you has a discussion of how the project complies with the comp plan, but I just want to highlight a couple of items as we go through on the elements of the comp plan. The project is consistent with the future land use element. The site would allow up to 15 units per acre, and the project proposes 9.6 units per acre. It will develop at 17% fewer residential units than the maximum allowable density. This site is isolated from other properties by natural features, including the river, US 19, extensive wetlands on the site, the Pinellas Trail, the Abandoned Railroad on the south side, and again, to the east, the closest residential is at least 650 feet away. There are no residential or commercial uses that will be negatively impacted by the project, and therefore the Anklet Harbor project is compatible with the surrounding area. As I stated earlier, the project meets all the aspects of the Land Development Code with the small exception of the height waiver issue, demonstrating that it meets conditional use standard A. As we are talking about now, and both your staff has already described, the project is consistent with the comp plan, which shows that we meet conditional use standard B. The residential use proposed for this site is substantially less intense than the commercial uses that are allowed on the site, and that renders the site, the Anklet Harbor project, compatible with its surrounding uses. This applies to conditional use standard C. The Anklet Harbor project is protecting all of the significant environmental features of the site and therefore complies with standard D. There's been some question about the archaeological data. There was an archaeological study done previously, and the state of Florida Division of Historic Resources has said that there's nothing of national or significance. We are in the process of doing a updated archaeological study, and that study is a requirement with our final development plan, and we will have that at that time. But again, we have seen drafts. We've talked to the consultants about that, and they have not identified anything, there's no new historic information. Obviously, there's nothing of significance on the site. There's been an allegation that development on this site will create flooding on adjacent properties. Nothing could be further from the truth. You've heard from your own stormwater engineer tonight that confirmed that. The project design complies with all the city requirements to treat and retain its water on site, and the project will be required to obtain a permit from Swift Mud that also confirms that fact. The site has been designed to meet all city, DOT, Swift Mud, and any other applicable agencies for engineering issues. I ask you to consider this allegation as a scare tactic, and it's not based on any facts. We've also submitted a report regarding sea level rise, and you will hear from its author, Matt Brosman, later in our presentation. Mr. Brosman will confirm, as Mr. Aguiar did as well, that all of the site's habitable buildings will be elevated to meet the FEMA elevation requirements, and that elevation will also be above the sea level rise expectation for 2050. In summary, the project meets all the conditional use requirement to allow residential use in this comp plan category. The residential use is especially appropriate given the substantially more intense commercial uses that could be allowed and are allowed today in the site's GB zoning district. There's also been much attention given to the site's location within the Coastal High Hazard Area, or the CHHA. In fact, due to the city's location along the Gulf of Mexico and our proximity to the Anklet River, about 60% of the area in the city is located in the CHHA. And there's many residential areas that have already been constructed in the CHHA, some of those new ones as well. Notably, the new Icaria Apartments on Alternate 19, Point Alexis, Harbor Watch, Windrush Bay, Mariner Village, and the new River Bend residential project on the north bank of the river are all located in the city's CHHA. Also, much of the city's historic residential neighborhood is located in the CHHA. So I want to, since this is such an important issue, I thought it would be important for you all to read the policy for yourself and see exactly what it says. This is Future Land Use Element Policy 3.3.1. And I'll let you read it for yourself, but let me just read the key part. In order to restrict permanent population density increases within the CHHA, as defined in the Coastal Planning and Conservation element, the city shall deny future land use map amendment proposals which would result in an increase of residential density or intensity. So clearly, if there's a future land use plan amendment requested, the city shall deny it. Now, this policy, I'm not showing the rest of it, but there are some other provisions, and it does allow the city some discretion based on very specific criteria. But the important point here that I'd like to make is we are not requesting a future land use map amendment that increases density. We have a future land use map for the rec open space, but there is no future land use map amendment requesting to increase density. So therefore, this policy does not apply to the project. I don't know who is, keeps flashing that light, but it's really disturbing. Thank you. If you would not do that, it would be helpful. Well, there's something that's, that's flashing in my eye, and it's really disturbing. I'm sorry, but it's very distracting. So again, this policy, I wanted you all to see it for yourself. You can read it for yourself. It is clearly not applicable to the project. Let me just mention too, there's a primary reason why this policy only applies to plan amendments. So plan amendment is someone has a particular plan category that they want to change, and they come to you with a plan amendment request. That future land use map that they want to change is the city's long-term vision for the type of uses that can be built. And property owners have relied on that future land use map for decades to make decisions on where to buy property, where to live, where to operate their business. It would be patently unfair to apply this policy to them as a new policy when they have relied on that plan category that they had residential allowed for them at the time. Since the future land use map has approved certain uses, those residential uses can continue, or any use can continue, provided and unless and until there's a request to increase the density, this policy does not apply. I'd like to move on to the consistency with the transportation element. You're also going to hear tonight, or perhaps tomorrow, from our transportation consultant, who's a professional engineer, Christopher Hatton, and he'll speak in much detail about the study that was done. But I'd like to just hit the highlights of why the project is consistent with the transportation element of the plan. We're proposing a walkable community. The trail connects to the park, to many parks in the vicinity, the Sponge Docks and downtown. It will increase mobility for residents by allowing them to have those multimodal opportunities. And we are doing access improvements to 19, and we are also proposing transportation management strategies. And I'd like to speak to that for just a minute as well. The transportation management strategies have always been in the traffic impact study. The only thing that changed between the P&Z and tonight with regard to a transportation management study is that our client agreed to provide a bike share. That was the only element that we hadn't agreed to. We had some internal evaluation that the client needed to do with the business aspects of that, but we have now agreed, and it is in the transportation management strategy, to provide a bike share. And what that is there are bikes on site that are owned and managed through the management company that operates the apartments, and someone for a small fee or probably for free could check out that bike and take it wherever they'd like to go on the trail, or ride to downtown or to the Sponge Docks, wherever they'd like to go. So that's the only change that's happened with the transportation management strategies. I think we've hit most of these elements on the coastal management element. I do want to highlight the fact that we are not proposing any public expenditure in the coastal high hazard area. As Mr. Page testified, the expenditure, and I believe Ms. Vinson might have testified as well, and I'm testifying to you, the entire cost of the new sewer line and reclaimed water line will be paid for by the developer. The city is not contributing anything to that line. The estimated cost of that line is between those two lines is between $1 and $1.5 million. It is not a public expenditure, and therefore we are not proposing any public expenditures in the CHHA. There's also some conversation this evening about the Anklet River Water Management Plan. And although that plan is not adopted and it was prepared by Pinellas County, there were some suggested improvements, or they call them best management practices, for the section of the Anklet River on which the site is located. And there are 5 proposals suggested for recommended actions, and we are doing 3 of them. Let me just briefly say what we're doing. It says that they should map and do a mapping and ecological assessment of the existing natural areas. We have done that. second one was to confirm a bald eagle nest location and activities. We have done that as well, and Mr. Miklos will speak to that in more detail, but we have certainly done that. The third is to identify areas for improved habitat and scenic view, including removal of exotic Brazilian peppers. Our wetland enhancement plan and the city's requirement are that we will remove all the exotics from the site, and we have confirmed that through our wetland enhancement plan. There are two other suggestions that are really not the responsibility of a private developer. One is to review water samples. That's clearly a governmental authority and obligation. And the last one is to identify voluntary and regulatory incentives to protect the river. That's clearly also a governmental feature. But I will say, as we've demonstrated, we are protecting the Anclote riverfront by not putting any development along that area. Again, because this issue is so important, I also wanted, again, to show you the policy in the coastal management element 3.4.2, so you can read it for yourself. And it's pretty clearly what it says. Implement a policy of no net increase in residential density within the coastal high hazard area, taking into account the cumulative effect of all previous land use amendments. So again, this project is not requesting a land use amendment to increase density, and therefore this policy does not apply. I'd like to talk briefly about the hurricane shelter study. Your code requires a study to be done if a project has more than 50 units, and so we have completed that study. We use the city's methodology exactly as established in the Land Development Code. And as Ms. Vinson testified, that study, she agreed that that methodology was correctly, the study was correctly done. The results of the study are that approximately 216 project residents would seek a public shelter. The rest of the residents would seek shelter with family, friends, or a hotel. There are 5 shelters in proximity to the city of Tarpon Springs, and we expect that the city residents that need to use a shelter will go to one of these shelters close to home. That's only logical. We use Pinellas County data to find out the total capacity for those shelters, which as a whole altogether is about 11,000 people. When you apply the current usage, how many people went to each of those shelters, again, using Pinellas County data, there's a capacity of over 4,600 persons. Clearly, there is room and capacity for the project's 216 residents that may seek to use a shelter. The project is consistent with the conservation element. Some of the things we haven't talked about yet, I just want to highlight. We are preserving that significant upland habitat. We are using xeriscape methods to conserve water. We are clustering that development. We've talked about that. And the last thing that we are doing is completely voluntary, and no other project in the city of Tarpon Springs has done it, which is to be a sustainable community in a couple of ways. We are committing to the bronze level of the National Green Building Standards. We are committing to construct electric vehicle charging stations at each building.
Excuse me, might I interrupt just for a moment to ask, has Commissioner Carr left for the evening?
Yes, he has an emergency at home, so he had to leave. We still have a quorum, though.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
I said he had to go home to take his daughter to the hospital.
Okay.
But that's not an issue. We still continue.
Well,
What?
we don't have, he's not hearing the evidence. I'm not critical of him in any way, don't misunderstand me, but he's not here to hear the evidence.
Okay.
Can I talk to my team for a second?
Sure. Mr. Armstrong, ladies and gentlemen, our vice mayor had an emergency, had to go home, so we're going to stop this meeting, and we'll continue tomorrow at 6:30. Good night, everybody.